Good morning. The January meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education is called to order. I'd like to welcome all of those who are both in attendance here and listening online. I also want to acknowledge that all board members are present, but I want to especially acknowledge our newest members who representing District 1, Danny Zeck, representing District 5, Kathy Hopkins, and representing District 7, Dennis Hirschberger. I want to welcome our new colleagues to the State Board of Education. The mission statement of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, I ask you to pause with me for a moment of silence. At this time, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, you've all had copies of the agenda. Are there issues related to the agenda? Otherwise, a motion to approve would be.
Just take him off. You just remove, he was just practicing.
No, I'm not practicing.
Oh, no, okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, Danny,
I have to push my button.
move it toward you.
There was some things on the agenda that I would like to see delayed till next month. I'm a little bit overwhelmed with all the information, and I don't feel like I've had time to go through all the information in the detail that I need to be able to vote yes or vote no on the action items. And the items I'd like taken off are item 16, item 20, actually item 23, and then on Wednesday, item 7. Thank you.
Let me find Wednesday, so. To make a change in agenda of that magnitude would require a motion. Is that correct, Mark? Require a motion and a,
Might ask on item 7, that's the actual action item of the regulations.
so if we
You may
don't.
want to go ahead and have the public hearing. Again, that happened last month, because there's no action in the public hearing. And then and then the decision on whether to take action, which would be number 7, may be the part that you may want to pull, so that's.
Okay, Mark, would you clarify how we do this?
So, Board Member Zach, is that, are you presenting that in the form of a motion?
Yes, sir.
So you need to make that motion, you need a second, and then you would vote on the motion, and perhaps considering the commissioner's input and suggestion, you may want to modify that motion or not at your pleasure.
Okay, so I've moved that I like items 16, 20, 23, and on Wednesday, item 7, push back till February for more time to get into the weeds and the details of what is actually in everything.
Okay, so that would be the hearing on the regulations. 20 would be the recommendations from the Review Council for November, and the Teacher Mobility Compact.
Yes, sir.
And then the follow-up on number 16. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, Michelle seconds that motion. Any further discussion? Ann?
I just have a problem with 16 in that if anybody came here today expecting to testify, they ought to be allowed to do that and not to be told to come back one more time. I mean, if you want to have more time to think about it, then you should at least hear the testimony, so you have more time to think about it, if that makes sense. Otherwise, you're going to come back next month, hear it on one day, and vote the next day. So I would oppose the motion for that reason.
Okay, any further discussion? Everybody know what we're doing?
I have one other question.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that the chairman only votes when there's a tie.
That is incorrect.
And explain to me why it is incorrect.
This is you want to do that?
There's nothing in the board policy guidelines that dictate that the board chair withhold a vote and vote only in the case of a tie.
So are you telling me that we would need to make a board policy that the chairman of whoever the chairman of the board is, can only vote if there's a tie in the voting?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'd have to give that some thought as to whether you could actually do that or not. It's not something that this board has practiced for 20-some, I mean, that's never been a policy or procedure of the board. And I would reserve an opinion as to whether or not that would be legally enforceable, given that each of you are members of the board, and the Kansas statute requires that 6 votes be necessary to approve board action. So I think it would be a procedural maneuver that would not be legally enforceable or wise for this board, and that's my preliminary opinion. But if that came up in the future,
Could
I
you
would give you an
research
opinion.
that and find out if,
I typically take, and we can cover this during the board attorney report. I plan to kind of talk about it, but I represent the board as a whole, and so typically the request for me to spend additional time on legal matters would be something that would be directed by the board chair and vice chair, unless it's something that's separate that needs to be addressed for the entire board. So I don't want to decline your request. I'd be happy to look at it. I feel pretty strongly that taking the board chairman out of the vote would not be consistent with board policy, would not be consistent with the law, and would not be something that would be either enforceable legally or in the best interest of this board, given you have 10 members that vote, and the practice is not one that has been, that I'm aware of in any other boards that are elected where all of the members have a vote, is something that is either good practice or legally enforceable. So that's my preliminary opinion, and if that advances and you want a more formal legal opinion, I'd be happy to give it.
so it's new and different, never been done before, so we don't want to do it.
We need to point out that the Speaker of the House votes. Every elected member of the House and Senate vote, regardless of who's in leadership position. And these are all, we are all elected. And by having an individual, and by the way, I hope I'm not the chair after a few minutes. So, I'm not, this is not something that I'm supporting for myself. But the fact is that you would be denying the 10% of the people that of one section of the state representation. by not allowing that person. On top of that, we are an even-numbered board, so it takes, even if we have somebody absent and there's a 5-4 vote, that is the loss. That is not, we have to have 6 votes on everything, so to take one person out of the equation makes it more difficult to ever get to that point. Ann?
Yeah, I'm not sure this discussion's germane to the motion, but it's not new and different. It's just wrong to deny 10% of the people of Kansas their representation at this table. It's not an honorary position, it's a working position, just like you said, the Speaker of the House. So while I don't disagree, we might take a look at the legality of it. There's nothing right about denying 10% of the people in Kansas their representation in this body.
To Board
Thank you,
Member
Mr.
Ma's point, Mr. Chairman, I think that point of order is that the motion has been made and seconded and is in the middle of discussion. I think the board should resume to that topic.
Okay, Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Porter. I was just going to pull off B and D for further discussion this afternoon. There was an amount for
Okay,
one of the
that,
positions.
since we've already determined that the board members can pull things off of the consent agenda, that'll be the next item.
Oh,
You'll have
okay,
an
okay.
opportunity to do that
I
next.
just want to make sure I wasn't. we
Okay,
didn't
yeah, we'll
Move forward without adding.
we'll vote on this motion. And then you'll have the opportunity to do that, and then we'll vote on, if this motion is successful, then after Michelle has the opportunity to address the consent agenda, which is a whole different issue, then we will vote on either the motion we will either approve the agenda as amended, or we will approve the agenda, if the motion fails, we'll approve the agenda without the amendment. But the first thing we need to do, is any more discussion on the amendment? Dina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we not approve the Wednesday agenda also? So if we chose to not actually vote on 7, we could ask that it be pulled. Do we not approve the Wednesday agenda on Wednesday prior to beginning the?
Yes, your
the
point is well taken.
process?
Your point is well taken. We actually approve the Wednesday agenda tomorrow.
And Mr. Chairman, I think it would be fine to go ahead and take both together since they're related. And I mean, you still will address that issue at the beginning of tomorrow's meeting because there could be things that happen during the first day that need to be addressed in the agenda. And those are, it is an action item for Tuesday. So at your pleasure, but you can modify both of those agenda items or both agendas at the beginning of the meeting because it will impact the matters for the board's consideration as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Now, Melanie.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. So to Dina's point, Ann's point, I'd like to suggest, Mr. Zach, I'd like to make an amendment to the motion, which is that we remove the Wednesday discussion from this current motion, and also number 16, so that folks who are here to speak on licensure do have that opportunity. So that would address both of those. We can, and I'll let Chairman Porter explain how that would work, but I think that might be a compromise that would allow us to move forward.
Okay, that's
I agree.
You're making the motion, so you can modify your motion to do that.
So,
That's right.
Okay, modify it.
Mr. Board Member Zach is
Sorry.
approving the friendly amendment or agreeing to that. And I guess go back to if Michelle Dombrowski seconds that amendment as
You both have
proposed.
to agree to do that.
Yes, and I would second that motion with it being amended based off of the modification by Melanie Haas.
Now, for those of us that are a little confused, what is the current motion?
Motion that I have is to pull 20 and 23 and move that to February.
I think the motion, as amended, would be to move 20, 23, and the item from, item number 7 from January 11th.
We'll do that. So we are, the motion is to remove, act on Accreditation Review Council's November recommendations and to act on the Interstate Teaching Mobility Compact. Remove those. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that your understanding? Is that your understanding?
To February, correct?
Yes.
Along with 7.
Well,
We'll vote on 7.
Oh, 7 tomorrow, okay. Okay.
Just to clarify, the board chair has indicated that the item 7 would be addressed at the beginning of the agenda tomorrow, correct?
yes.
Okay.
So now we're down to 20 and 23, the Accreditation Review Council's recommendations and the Interstate Mobility Compact. Is everybody ready? All in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed to that motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The motion is defeated. Now, Michelle,
Yes.
now it's time to talk about the consent agenda.
B and D to remove for further discussion this afternoon when we go over the consent agenda item. Consent agenda item B and D.
Okay, so this afternoon, we will vote separately on items
Yes.
B and D. A motion would be in order to approve the agenda. Dina makes that motion, and Betty seconds that motion. Further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Motion would be in order to approve the December 13th and 14th minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Betty makes that motion. Jim seconds that motion. Any discussion, corrections? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries. At this time, motion, the way this works, we're going to now have the election of the chair that will serve for the next 2 years. If it requires 6 votes for a person to be named chair of the State Board of Education. In the event that nobody can receive that, we will try again, but not 15 times. According to our policy, if that cannot be achieved, then the current chair remains in that position until such time as that can happen. So we would then, every time we meet, vote until that happens. Since the vice chair is generally directly related to the chair, then we would not elect a vice chair, nor will we change seating arrangements, because the seating arrangements are based on where the chair and the vice chair sits, so they're not part of the equation. Then we'd move right down. So now, election for chair is in order. Jim?
Chairman Porter, I nominate Melanie Haas for Chair of the State Board of Education.
Is there a second to that motion? We'll give it to Ann. Okay. Are there further nominations? Dennis?
I nominate Denny Zek.
Is there a second to that? Do you accept that?
I mean,
You have the opportunity.
I'm not ready by any means to be chairman of this board.
In that case, that motion would fail for lack of a second.
May I
because
make another nomination?
You may.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Okay, Michelle has been nominated. Is there a second to that motion?
Second?
Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Any other nominations? We will vote in the, oh, Dina, you had, I'm sorry, I didn't see.
I had put my name on so I could send it to Jim at his request.
Oh, okay, okay.
So you can remove it.
Now, you don't want to talk 3 times?
You don't want me to.
It's okay. Okay, we're gonna vote in the order of the nominations, and the first was Melanie Haas. All in favor of Melanie as chair of the board, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All in favor of Michelle? 1, 2, 3, 4. Melanie has been elected as chair. Congratulations or condolences as the situation arises. I will leave the book here and vacate the chair to you. Now we play musical chairs for a while. Well, we're gonna move around for a while, so it doesn't matter.
Well, hello, Jim.
Well, hello there. This is probably, we'll move around.
I know.
I'm just glad to be out of that.
You'll give me a moment to get situated here. Hello. I want to thank Chairman Porter quickly for his service. Your last 2 years of chair, certainly appreciate that. And I want to thank my fellow board members for your vote of confidence. I'm happy to serve in this role. So we will move on to the election of the vice chair. Do I have a nomination for vice chair? Betty?
Thank you. I'd like to nominate Jim Porter for vice chair.
Okay, we have a nomination. Is there a second? Jim McNeese? Any other nominations?
Danny?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to nominate Michelle Dombrowski for vice chair.
Okay, we have a nomination for Michelle Dombrowski. Is there a second?
I second it.
All right, and a second from Mr. Hirschberger. Any additional nominations? All right, as before, we will vote in the order in which the nominees came in. So those for Jim Porter for vice chair, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6. This is new to me, forgive me. All right, opposed? Or sorry, for Michelle. Those for Michelle. 2, 3, 4. All right. Thank you. Mr. Porter, you will be vice chair. I guess we play musical chairs again. Do you want to wait until? All right. Yeah, we're going to rearrange our seating here in a moment too, so. All right, congratulations, Mr. Vice Chair. Next, we are going to elect 2 members to serve as legislative liaisons. I believe seating arrangements is farther down. Mhm. So I've got. Is that not correct? Oh. All right, apologies. My list is different. Okay. My mistake. We'll do seating arrangements next. So seating arrangements historically, traditionally, have been done in order of tenure on the board. Those most senior choose their seats first. And so someone will need to remind me, Jim McNeese, I think that you and Dina, so Dina is first. I think she's third, yeah.
I'm third, but I don't count.
All right, so Dina, you get to choose your seat. All right.
Yeah.
If it's okay with you.
All right. We're going to, Dina, if you'll pause for just a moment, we're going to go ahead and select seats, and then we'll have everybody move. So Mark's going to come out and actually move the nameplates as you pick your seats, so we can keep track. Be a little bit easier to shuffle. All right. So Mr. McNeese, I believe you were next? Right where you are. Okay. And Ann, are you third? Right where you are? All right. And you don't get to pick.
I don't get to, I'm before Ann.
Okay. Okay. Michelle? Okay.
Jim Porter. as vice chair.
All right. Do that. Where would you like to sit, Betty? Or you can,
So these two and where Michelle's currently sitting.
Where I'm sitting.
And where Jim's sitting. Oh, yeah.
This is my least favorite part. This is my least favorite part.
So these two.
Then I move here. Right here.
okay.
By Ann.
Betty's going to move where Dennis is. How do I do these next three?
So, since it generally goes by the district number, and so I believe your district is the number one, yeah. So it'd go one, Dennis. No, Kathy.
All right, Mr. Zek, you're next.
I'll pass because I don't care where I sit.
You stay where you are? All right.
No, I can't.
Oh, you
I
can't?
can't. I don't care where I go, so.
Okay,
Well, if the other two choose that he sits next
That's
to
right.
last.
Just let them,
okay.
let them pick an
This
He's,
is,
he's going to defer. So Kathy, you're next.
this end of that end.
Kathy's going where Michelle is now.
Actually, sit next to you. Actually, I want to sit next to Betty.
Third team.
All right. Is that going to work out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think.
So Danny's going to go to the third chair, and then,
And then that puts Dennis next to Kathy over here.
yep, there we go, by default. Are we good? Okay.
Now we all gotta move.
Now we can all move.
All righty then.
Oh, good to sit next to you,
Nice to
Ruthie.
see you. You can't beat me anymore.
Are we all settled? Okay, we are going to move on to number 9, election of legislative liaisons. Previously, our liaisons were Ben Jones, who is no longer on the board, and Dina Horst. Do I have a nomination for legislative liaisons? Mr. Porter?
Because we have two people in our midst who have actually served on the, as members of the House of Representatives, and both have relationships with the people there, and Dina has served admirably forever. I'm going to nominate both Dina and Ann to serve as legislative liaison, and remind all of us, I served one time as legislative liaison. You pretty much have to live here for 3 months, and it is a tremendous time commitment, so I nominate those two people.
All right, do we have a second? Betty? All right, any other nominations? You're seeing, I'm not.
Oh,
Okay. And Mr.
oh, that was Jim. We'll get that done at break.
Let's.
Okay, I'm gonna
May I
not use the hand raising app because that will be too confusing, so.
I don't think I did.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Are there any other nominations? Michelle?
Yes, I would like to nominate Danny and Dina,
Danny and Dina?
Dina for legislative liaison.
Okay. All right. And a second for that?
I'll second those.
Okay. All right, we'll vote first on Dina and Ann. All in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, and Dina and Danny. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Dina and Ann it is. Thank you. And next, the election of the Board Policy Committee members, excuse me.
Could you remind us who's there now?
Well, some of those board members are no longer here. Yeah, Jean is no longer. Betty serves on the Policy Committee, and Dina serves on the Policy Committee. And Jean did previously.
If I may, Madam Chair, in the past, we've always had people remain on that position, but we've always also always added a new member to the Policy Committee. And so, if I may, I would suggest that the two people that are currently there remain there for continuity purposes, and I would also like to recommend Kathy to serve as the third member of the Policy Committee.
Is that a motion?
That is.
Okay, thank you. And a second? Dina? Thank you. Okay. Kathy, it's been suggested that I let you know what the Policy Committee does. So I'm not sure if this is a new conversation for you, but they do meet at noon during the board meetings. And so you don't have to travel additional for that meeting. How often do you meet? Go ahead, Betty.
That does vary. The chair of the policy committee does get to call those, so we typically try to meet a couple of months back to back and then take one off. That's how we've done it in the past, but I would imagine the new policy committee could discuss those options.
Yes, Dina.
And we meet on the Tuesday so you don't have another travel that you have to do. We meet at noon. So and just depends on the need, whether what we need to change or don't need to change. We might not even change any policies this year, but it just depends on the need.
All right, we have a motion and a second for Dina, Betty, and Kathy to be on the policy committee. Those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Kathy, do you want to vote? All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. All right, next up is item number 11, Citizens Open Forum. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are we on time? We are running a little bit late, my apologies. During the Citizens Open Forum, the State Board of Education provides an opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. Each speaker shall be allowed to speak for 3 minutes. Any person wishing to speak shall complete a presenter's card, giving his or her name and address, and the name of any group he or she is representing, per Board Policy 1012. The speaker's card should be completed prior to 10:30 a.m., so we're not accepting those anymore. If written material is submitted, 13 copies should be provided. All right, these are in order. That's the one we're pulling. All right. Okay, we've had one that was pulled, and you're my timekeeper, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
When they start. For the benefit of the new board members, I typically keep time and have time cards. 3 minutes are allocated, and the persons addressing the board are asked to identify their name and the area they represent, and then we start the time.
Okay. Thank you. I now open the forum at 10:36 a.m. We're going to start with John Richard Schrock. And our next speaker will be Dave Trabert, followed by Annalisa No.
Handouts that you have, we have look like this. Thank you very much. John Richard Schrock. In 1999, Andy Tompkins was the commissioner. I spoke with him at that time, asking, could we have the biology, chemistry, physics, or science, middle school science, individuals who had graduated and had applied and received an initial teaching license by each year by August. That would be very useful data. And he said, yes, it would be, wouldn't it? And therefore, that has been provided every year. And that is what you see in these graphs. And it was very good that we did that, because that was when the decline, dramatic decline, in the number of teachers going into science teaching, followed later, only a little bit, by all the other fields as well. Now that, as you see, goes up only halfway through the last decade, but the last 3 years are provided overside here and give you the numbers for the last 3 years as well. And you can see that those are still going down at the bottom, not back up to the top where we had enough science teachers being trained in this state. So that is the first part of solving the problem, because one board member here, I remember saying, we really need to address the problem behind this rather than the short, he didn't use the word Band-Aids, but I do, of allowing substitute teachers and everybody and their cousin to teach. Okay? And that's what I'm discussing. The only reason I'm here today is also because Andy Tompkins, when he stepped down and went back to Pittsburgh State, was called back to be president of the Board of Regents. And I said, Andy, it'd be real nice to know how many teachers are in the line to be trained. All, we can't do just science, it's gonna, yeah, all of them. He said, you know, that's proven to be pretty good information that we need to know. And therefore, just 2 weeks ago, the Board of Regents put out a list, as they do every year, and that's the blue sheets. Now, they only go back to 2015, and you look there, well, that's all flat, and so we're apparently doing the same. Well, no, we're not. I put in there on the next set of blue seats, the next 6 years back. And you will see that that graph is like those front graphs. It dropped dramatically way back there. And there are several reasons why it dropped. But most of all, it was teachers being told how to teach, when to teach, through assessment and standardization. And there's other things in here of all sorts of documents, but I'm about to run out of time. The last thing that's very important is the ACT report that shows that grades are going up, but performance is going down. And much of that is due directly to, and my teachers, half of them across the state, are being told that a 0 starts at 50% grade inflation. It comes from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schrock. Next up is Dave Trabert. And then next in line will be G.A. Bowie after Annalisa. Welcome to the State Board.
Morning, everyone. My name is Dave Trabert. I'm with Kansas Policy Institute. I want to talk to you today a little bit about an aspect of the accreditation process. The accreditation criteria says districts, quote, must be in good standing with KSDE regarding all applicable state and federal statutory and regulatory requirements to be accredited. But we know that many districts in Kansas are not complying with the state's building needs assessment law. It says each year the Board of Education shall conduct an assessment of the needs at each attendance center. And this information is supposed to be used. It shall be used to form the district's budget. The law was amended last year after it was discovered that many districts were not in compliance with that state law, and they added 3 questions that must be answered. First, what are the barriers in each building to getting kids to improve? Second, what are the budgetary changes that are required? And third, if you do that, how many years will it take to get all kids to proficient? Now, we examined, again, a lot of school districts in Kansas, most of the large ones, and we didn't find any one of them fully in compliance with that law. Reports were published, but many of those answers were cut and paste. Sometimes the reports weren't published for every building, and there was no evidence. If you look at the answers, a lot of them, some of them, frankly, were political responses, not identifying barriers. And this is important because the legislature enacted this law because achievement in Kansas is much lower than many people have come to understand. And as we explained in our book we published last year, parents really can't count on the education system to address this problem. In fact, many districts won't even admit that there is a student achievement crisis. We have more kids below grade level in Kansas than are proficient, and it's even worse in high school. For example, 46% below grade level in math and only 20% proficient. So we encourage the State Board of Education to make it clear to school districts that full compliance with the Building Needs Assessment Law is required to be accredited. And this isn't just about following the law. This is about ensuring that all kids have an opportunity to get the education they deserve in Kansas. Thanks for your consideration.
The next speaker is Annalisa No. Welcome to the State Board.
Hi, everyone. This is my first time here. I'm a 2004 graduate of Wetmore High School, and I moved away from Kansas when I graduated. I've lived in Boston, Chicago, most recently in New York City. But one of the wonderful things about COVID that we don't often speak about is I've now been able to come home. So I've been here since October 2020, and I thank you for your time today. This is my first time speaking, so I would like to petition the board for 4 minutes, if you will. You can't do 4 minutes? Okay. All right. Well then, sir, start the clock. I'm ready. Okay. I work for one of the big 4 consulting firms, Deloitte, and my firm is a global leader in helping our clients manage disruption, transformation, and change. I became involved in the discussion I'm going to share with you on November 21st after attending a local board meeting where I was unable to clearly understand why a board was proposing to close Wetmore. Although this is my first time engaging in a public education study, I have over 10 years of experience in the consulting industry. I have an MBA from one of the top 5 MBA programs in the world, and I've worked with multiple CEOs and executives in Fortune 500 companies from multiple industries, including state government and many other highly regulated areas. I conducted a study to assess the overall financial health of USD 113 and determine whether closing K through 12 Wetmore Attendance Center is necessary for the district to remain viable over the long term. I have a 56-page report, which I am not going to share with you today, but I'm going to be meeting with Mr. Zach hopefully soon to talk about that. The reason that I'm here today is I've come to share what I would call a very solvable problem that I uncovered during my analysis. And this problem has to do with the state funding formula. And what I would call this problem is an unearned revenue loophole. And I believe it will be very, very easy to fix, maybe 1 or 2 sentences to add to legislation, and it should be taken care of. So I don't think I'm going to have enough time to explain it to you fully, but I will leave you with these cards, which will do so. And then I'll close with this. I came here today in search of partnerships. I will be initiating a hyper-focused lobbying campaign in the upcoming 2023 legislative session. And as I said, you will get an explanation about this, but my objective is simply to add 1 to 2 sentences to the state funding formula statute to prevent school districts from being able to receive unearned revenue from a school closure. I can assure you I am supportive of the state funding formula and what has been done recently. And I believe this is a very simple and easy thing to fix. So I'm looking for partners, and if anyone is interested in doing so, I'm looking for a House and Senate sponsor that can deal with this very small and very simple change that I think will protect our small schools and help make sure that taxpayers are not required to pay double for students going to 2 different schools. That is all. Okay, so let me
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Pass
thank you
this
for your
out?
comments. Yeah, you can pass out the cards, and if you have a written speech, your longer version that you didn't have time to get through, you're welcome to submit it, and we'll get it to board members.
Okay, that sounds perfect.
Thank you.
Could we also ask for, if the 50-something page report is digital, could you send that to our secretary and she can get it to the rest of us?
Yes, I would be happy to do that. I was gonna print copies, but I thought, who's gonna read that? Maybe I could.
Some of us probably will.
Right. G.A. Bowie, you will be next, and then Laura Stalford.
Yes, and I put your email. Yes. Yeah, I would. Like I said, this is very, very simple for you to be able to understand. So I apologize.
Welcome to the State Board.
Thank you, Melanie. I appreciate it. I'm G.A. Bowie. I'm the Executive Director for the United School Administrators of Kansas, and we represent the Kansas School Superintendents Association, the Principals Association, business officials, HR directors, communication directors, special ed directors as well. Today, I wanted just to visit with you about our support for the Interstate Compact for mobility of teacher licenses. This compact, I believe, would allow the opportunity for teachers to look at Kansas as a viable option to transfer to and to extend their teaching careers with. I think one of the challenges we have right now in Kansas is that as teachers look at Kansas as a place to move to, once they've received their licensure in another state or even had experience in another state, is the challenges of sometimes the mountain of paperwork or classes they have to continue to take to receive an official Kansas license. With the challenge of finding appropriate licensed teachers and teachers with experience, I think this would open up the doors a little bit. And at the same time, I think what we're running into and what we're seeing very much so in our school districts is the importance of the professional development within our own school district. So even if teachers come in with a little bit less experience or a little bit less training at the collegiate level, I think the importance is what school districts can do locally to help train those individuals to be the most powerful teachers they can be within their school district. And that's all I had. Just wanted to initiate that support from the school administrators. Thanks, Melanie.
Thank you. Laura Stalford? Welcome to the State Board.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Laura Stalford, Assistant Superintendent with Coffeyville Public Schools. And I first want to thank you for this privilege of being able to address you today and hear from a local school district. As you know, Coffeyville is a border town that often has out-of-state teachers interested in Kansas. And we've hired many experienced and highly qualified teachers from out of state. They were excellent educators who were happy to be a part of our district. We also have experience with assisting them in regards to the current out-of-state application process, which more times than not has been a long and frustrating process and has at times cost us those teachers to go back to the state in which they came from. A few years ago, Tulsa News Channel did a spotlight on how many educators were leaving Oklahoma and coming to Kansas. And at that time, Coffeyville had 20% of their teachers from Oklahoma. The harsh reality is the shortage is here. We are at a place to have to consider all viable options to maximize the number of high-quality candidates eligible to fill the current and soon-to-be vacant positions in Kansas. The current compact being considered still maintains high integrity of the educational process, and it ensures the continued hiring of high-quality educators. For Kansas to lead the world in education, we must ensure that we hire the best. Do we want the best educators we can find, or the best educators who are willing and able to navigate our current process? To make that happen, we must think out of the box and be aggressive in our hiring processes. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. The Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:49 a.m. We will move on to item 12 on the agenda. It's an action item to appoint the board attorney and board secretary. A note for board members, I don't think that we're doing anything new here. We're retaining Barbara Hughes and Mark Ferguson with Gates Shields Ferguson. There's a recommended motion. Would anyone like to make the motion? Or any questions? Would you like me to read it? Mr. Zach? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm ignoring it. Go right ahead. We'll just do hands until we can
No,
trade
I'm not making a
computers.
motion. I have a question.
You bet.
So, we're talking about appointment of a board attorney. So, I know it's legal, but is it ethical for, excuse me, somebody that represents 10 board members to donate to somebody's campaign?
Gonna have to ask our attorney. Are there,
I don't think it would be appropriate for me to answer that question.
No,
You
because
can
you're the one
certainly
that
go to
you're the one that
Are there-
to
donated.
the Ethics Commission if you have a question about that.
Mark, there are no rules against that, that's correct?
I'm not aware of any rules that are against that.
Yeah, that is an excellent question for the Ethics Commission.
And nothing against our attorney, but do we just automatically appoint somebody as a board attorney? We don't interview other people to see if we have the best one out there?
I can answer, and just to supplement what the commissioner or board chair or vice chair might explain, the commissioner and the, excuse me, not the commissioner, but the board has gone through a RFP process in the past, and that is approved a contract and a selection of attorney, which is myself. I've been serving in this role since 2009. The board made that decision to hire me after going through an extensive RFP process. Typically, the way the Department of Administration works is that the terms and conditions are approved. I believe the initial contract is for 2 years with annual 1-year extensions. The board did go through another review process. I don't remember the exact year, but I'm sure it's in the archives of when that occurred. The board renewed the contract for myself. The terms and conditions were submitted and approved by the Department of Administration, and similar to previous engagements, there was an initial 2-year contract with annual 1-year renewals that the board takes action on, and then the actual contractual language is submitted and approved by the Department of Administration. Separate from your specific question, both of these action items are set forth in statute and they're cited in your board packet at page 33. They cite the statutory language for the election of an appointment of the board secretary and the appointment of the board attorney.
Yes, Commissioner.
So if I could go, Danny, specifically, there is a process by which you do choose a board attorney, and you'd have the opportunity to interview. And then the board generally enters into a 2-year contract once that's selected. So this is more the appointment, but that has taken place and will come up soon, in the next year or so. So you will have the board will have an opportunity.
Ann.
Thank you, and I do appreciate Danny's question. Heck, Danny, I donated to your opponent, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get along fabulously the next 2 years, because, you know, we put that, once the election's over, we put it aside and go do what's best for kids. But I can tell you, Mark has been an excellent attorney and given us great advice and represented us well. And with that, I'd like to make a motion, if I could.
Yes.
I just move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the designation of Mark Ferguson of Gates, Shield, Ferguson, Swall, Hammond, PA, Overland Park as State Board Attorney, and approve the designation of Barbie Hughes as State Board Secretary.
And a second from Betty. Those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we will move on to item 13, and then we'll take a break. We are running a bit behind schedule. So this is the review of appointments, which are made by the chair, vice chair, and commissioner. State Board Policy 1009 addresses appointments to committees and commissions. The list of committees with state board representation should be provided, and board members will receive a description of the available assignments in advance so they can consider whether they want to serve and indicate your interests on that form. And then the chair, vice chair, and the commissioner will review these responses and make selections. Assignments will be announced during Wednesday's board meeting, so I believe that's after lunch. Okay. Actually, apologies, if it's Wednesday, it's going to be before lunch because we adjourned for lunch to be elsewhere.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Zek.
I'm looking through all these committees, and I have a question of why we need all these committees and why I'm not sure a lot of them have anything to do with educating our kids.
Commissioner, would you like to speak to the list and why some of those, is there anything in particular, Mr. Zek?
Yes.
Is there a specific committee that you're calling out, or just you're asking in general, why are they on the list?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 committees. I'm questioning. What do they have to do with education?
So the board has established these committees in the past. Some of these are temporary, some of these are longer serving. Let me call out, well, like one, the permanent is a liaison to the Kansas School for the Blind, Kansas School for the Deaf. You serve as the local board for the Kansas Schools of the Blind and Deaf. So, so the board has typically done in the past, chosen a liaison that can be more directly engaged with the School for the Blind and Deaf and bring back recommendations. But all of these would be under the purview of the state board, whether to have these be in existence or not be in existence. I think it was done by the board over years to provide input back to the board, but that would be your decision.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I had in my board packet a sheet that listed the function and frequency of each meeting. Was that included in everybody's? Because it kind of does give a short description, which might be helpful.
And Mr. Zek, we're getting ready to take a break, so if you may want to talk to some of your fellow board members about the committees that they've served on, and happy to answer any questions that you have. So we're going to recess, not recess, we're going to take a break until 11:10, and this would be a great time to swap your computers so that the hand raise app works for me, and Danny can stop being Kathy, and Kathy can be Kathy, so. All right, it's time for the commission report.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. Usually this happens like right after the agendas. I'm thrown off, so I apologize if, this, as I think I told the new people in particular, just like the veterans here on the board, every 2 years is about the only time we do the organizational, so it's not like everyone knows what's going to transpire. Here is what the new map looks like. Hot off the press. You've been waiting to kind of see it in new pictures. All of you look good. So when I'm out, and you'll be afforded this too, I always usually start with this. One of the things I tend to ask, and those of you in veterans will know, I often say to any audience I'm in front of, all right, within 10 seconds, how many in the audience, how many of the state board members can you name in 10 seconds? And I say, go. And by the way, they may get one. You, they represent, may get one. Sometimes two. The reason I only give 10 seconds is because everyone can Google it, right? But that's why. I just want to see, do you know? Each of you represent approximately 50,000 Kansas students. Huge responsibility. I tell people, Danny, I think you and I were joking that 4 senatorial districts, you were elected by more votes than people in the Senate, people in the in the House of Representatives, and you represent a large number of private and public school children that attend, and it's about 50,000 throughout. So thank you for that that dedication. The vision, and we're going to talk some about that, kind of what we launched as the moonshot, lead the world in the success of each student. And we'll talk some about those metrics today, some about the success. What is that success of each student leading the world? You're seeing some photos here of Kansas kids doing some remarkable things in school. But as we get started with this, and we're going to highlight 3 school districts that are really doing some remarkable work within this, both in terms of growth and just in terms of some static outcomes. And I tried to pick 3 from different regions to kind of highlight. In my family, like I'm sure in all of yours, because we've talked so much, and as you had so many people come in today for the reception, that we got to meet new people, and you have conversations in Kansas. And you soon find out if you're not related, you're related to someone that is related, and it's a very tight-knit type of thing. Unfortunately, in my household, I'm sure in many of yours, we've experienced cancer. My father died of lung cancer, had prostate cancer years before that. My mother died of breast cancer. My sister recently went through breast cancer, is doing well. But it touches most families at some part. If I said to you, arguably, because there's no one metric, but U.S. News and World Report tend to put medical centers and rank a lot of things. Who would be the #1 cancer center in America as rated by them, at least for many, many years going? Who would you say? MD Anderson, all right? MD Anderson. And indeed, it's in Texas, and they have satellite, but MD Anderson tends to be in fact, in the latest, they ranked 100 out of 100. Now, that's arguably because someone's making up those metrics, right? But arguably. I want to talk to you, though, about a different cancer center just down the road. You know this one probably, the KU Medical Center. And tell you a little bit, just walk down memory lane of KU Med Center and its transformation. So it started in the early 1900s, of course, attached as a medical facility to train doctors and nurses out of the University of Kansas. And by the mid-1990s, it was not doing well financially. And in fact, patient satisfaction was very low. And they made some huge changes to go to a public kind of transformation public board in 97 or 98. But in 2002, so that's 20 years ago, keep that in your mind, 2002, they made the decision, we're going to be a top-notch international cancer center. All right, from a place that, by the way, they commissioned some people to study, and that report came back and said, you may want to think about selling this and just cutting your losses in the 90s. And they did. 2002, they said, we're going to be a top-notch cancer center. And in 2012, they were designated as a Cancer Institute center. And this past year, they were designated as a comprehensive cancer center and one of the top 50 in the nation, even in the world. Are they number one? No, right? But they've moved, and it took 20 years to do that work, all right? A lot of work to do. So as you think about changing education and how we help, for Jim, for you and your district, how we help all your 50,000 kids become successful, it's going to require diligence, and it's going to require time and focus. And one of the things I'm going to keep asking you over the next several months is, what are the goals to get us laser-like focused to produce the results that you want to see? And hopefully, over the years, we can do that transformation. When we went out and asked Kansans what they wanted, that started in 2015, and the board said, it's going to take us to about 25 or 26 to get these metrics in place and really holding people accountable and starting to hit those marks. And by this time to 2030, we should start then leading the world. It's going to take us that long. We don't want it to take that long, and part of what we're going to discuss in our retreats over the next several months is how do we speed this up? Because you have levers and you have incentives, but ultimately, and the Emporia local board and Betty, the Wichita local board, have a lot of constitutional autonomy to exercise too. You know, we had a lot of COVID that set us back a little bit, so we're going to talk some about that, about how we go forward doing that. Successful high school graduate, then the board said, graduates high school. There's some economic value to both of these things that we're going to say. To be successful in whatever post-secondary education they deserve. I want to take you back to the 1940s, 1950s, and then it's true even today. When GIs came home after World War II and after Korea and after Vietnam and then Gulf War, there was something remarkable that started after World War II. It's called the GI Bill. And it sent a lot of people to college. And really from about the 1950s on, and this is true for my grandparents that were not college educated and my parents that were not college educated, in fact, in some cases, not even high school educated, go to college, go to college. College is 4 years, go to college. Be whatever you want to be, go to college. What we now find in 2023, you need to probably go to post-secondary, but plumbers and electricians and carpentry are just as valuable, Dennis, as nurses, right? And as doctors. They're all, but post-secondary training is going to be needed of some sort without need for remediation. And then there are skills that you need to accomplish that. Academic, certainly first and foremost. There's some other skill sets there. I'm going to show you some data. Ben's going to share with you some data after I go. And we'll continue to share data because what we're trying to constantly learn, just like this, I'll go back. My mother went to KU Med Center in the mid-1990s, and she ended up at MD Anderson. My sister just went to MD Anderson, the KU Med Center, fairly recent, the past year, and I can tell you it was a remarkably different place, okay? Because they continue to look at data. And by the way, that 20-year gap, 25-year gap between my mother having breast cancer and my sister, the advancements in cancer research from that time is unbelievable, right? We know more. We just know more. We're better treatment. So we are constantly looking, at the data that needs to happen in order to go forward. We've shared this data with you. We're going to continue to share it with you because it informs us so much. Here's what we're looking at. Over 70,000 Kansas students. One of the things, Kathy, you're going to hear me talk about is, I love the commissioner of Missouri. She's a good friend of mine, but I really don't care what she does because we got our hands full in Kansas. I mean, I do, but you know, I want to look at Kansas kids. I want to look at Kansas families. What's informed us? Over 70,000 Kansas kids. These were, at the time, 10th graders, and they took a state assessment. They are now young adults. So all we're doing is looking back to them at a point in time in 10th grade and said, how did you score on that state assessment? And here were their language arts scores. How many kids scored in level 1, which is the lowest, to level 4, which is the highest, and then in what percent did they graduate high school? And then we looked at mathematics the same way. These kids now are long out of high school. And then we looked, did they go on to earn anything after high school? Did they become an EMT? Did they become an accountant? What did they do? And you can see from level 1, those kids that scored at the bottom academically to those kids that scored at level 2, there was a 12% difference in whether or not you even graduated high school. Economically, graduating high school, I think for most families, they would say, yeah, we're going to graduate high school. That was not true in the 1950s. Certainly my grandparents, 8th grade educated. Right? I mean, that was the one-room schoolhouse. So, but there's a 12% difference. You see that it's not quite as big going from 2 to 3 or from 3 to 4. But when you look at post-secondary attainment, there's language arts and here's mathematics, you see some dramatic improvements all across the board. So there's about a 26% difference from those kids that scored at level 1 to level 2. And there's a 18% difference from 2 to 3 and about a 10% difference. Now, Jim, this is not causation. We're not saying that one caused the other. We're just looking at what they did at that moment and then what happened to them. So you got to be careful as you look at this data because it's not causation, but what we believe and what we say to parents, if you scored at level 1, if you look at grades and other things and they're consistent with that, you have a limited opportunity then to go on and earn something else, and you can see that the data would point that out with Kansas kids. So, as you know, we set 95% as where we want to be. No state in the country is at 95%. No country in the world's at 95%. And when we started this journey, we're at 86.1. And we had done some improvement, but we were at 86.1. Today being the class of 2022, they left us in May, we're at 89.3. Those are just numbers. You know, every morning I watch some kind of newscast and they do the number of the day and it means nothing and then they put some context to it. Let me put some context. That's over 1,000 more kids graduating high school than did in 2015 across the state. So for every percent that goes up, we increase that by about 350 kids or so. And then we look at then I'm going to highlight 3 school districts that are doing some remarkable work in all of these areas today. And I picked 3 from around the state. They're different sizes and they're different locations. Caney Valley, and by the way, the superintendent, Blake Vargas, happened to be in town today. How lucky was that? Said, we're going to talk to you about him, and he shows up. You know, that's really pretty good. Caney Valley, as Blake would tell you, Laura Stauffer was up here earlier, Coffeyville's a suburb of Caney Valley, so he was glad to represent all Southeast Kansas. Their current graduation rate, and Blake, what I did, just look at an average over 5 years because it goes up and down. They're a 3A school, 4A school, 91.6. Ingalls. Kathy, that's out in your area. All right, Ingalls, Kansas, 98.6. What they would tell you, again, looking at a 5-year average, small school, 1 or 2 kids can really vary that. 1 kid, and you know, they're not going to get to 100%. And then Lewisburg. And I believe that's a shared, is that between Michelle and Jim? I believe shared Lewisburg at 92%. Now you'd say, well, Lewisburg and Caney Valley, they're not at 95 yet. No, but they've made remarkable progress in the last 5 years going there. All right, as one of the measures, because they've taken upon themselves to really embrace the board goal and say, we can do that. We can do that. Now let's look at post-secondary effective. We like to say 70 to 75%. Why not 100? Why not 95? because not every student needs to go on to post-secondary. There are some kids that don't. Military would be a great example. About 4% of Kansas kids across the state enlist in the military. It's a great viability. Georgetown Policy Institute says that our job market, though, that when my kids go to apply for a job in Kansas, 73% of that market requires you to have a high school diploma and something else, or you can't apply. So we're not trying to hit 100%. We don't need to hit 100%. But we want to make sure that those kids that, you know, you could inherit a family business. There's many things else you could do. So how are these three districts, or how are we doing statewide? When we started, we were at 44%. Today, we're at 52. And you say, well, we're in 2023 now. We were in 2022. Why 2020? We're looking back 2 years ago. So to the high school class of 2020, and then we're asking 2 years out, what have you done after you've left high school? We've made significant progress. You want to know how many kids now are plumbers and electricians and teachers that were not in 2015? Well, that number is over 2,500 more kids earning a certificate or earning an associate degree or degree. And we still need to increase that, and we're making progress. So how about our three school districts I mentioned? Caney Valley's at 55, Ingalls at 73, and Lewisburg at 62, and all have significantly increased that over the last several years. By the way, they're not only geographically different, they have different demographics. All three of them have different demographics. So I just chose those because they're just doing such a remarkable job. Now, if you remember, I mentioned that there are some subsets. How do you get to good graduation? How do you get kids to post-secondary? Academic success, right? Employability skills, civic engagement. There's some subsections of that. So we've talked about this, and we're going to talk about this a lot more. We're going to have to move kids out of level 1. They have limited opportunities. We need to move kids out of level 1. So I want to show you Caney Valley. In science, 5 years ago, that was a percent in level 1. There it is today. These numbers we would hope to go down. There's English language arts. There it is today. There it is in mathematics. There it is today. In social studies, we see the same thing. It's a classroom-based assessment. We see excellence there. How about Ingalls? Science. English language arts. This is across all grade levels, by the way. A significant decrease of kids in level 1, meaning we're giving them a greater opportunity because academically better. Lewisburg. Look at this drop in science, but look at this. Lewisburg started low in 2017. I mean, they didn't have all that many kids in English language arts to start with, and they still dropped it. And they didn't have all that many in mathematics, and they still lowered it. But moving kids out of level 1, while we need to do that, right? We need to do that. Moving them to 3 and 4, those also gives greater benefits. So very quickly, here's Caney Valley in science. How many kids in levels 3 and 4? Here's English language arts. And here's mathematics again over the 5 years. Pretty good growth for a small southeast Kansas town. How about a small western Kansas community? Here's Ingalls in science. Here's Ingalls in language arts, and here's Ingalls in mathematics. And finally, in our northeast, Lewisburg, here's science, here's English language arts, and here is mathematics. In fact, in the last 5 years, Caney Valley, Ingalls, and Lewisburg have done what we've asked, significantly grow post-secondary success. More kids graduating high school and going on to earn something after high school. How'd they do that? Because they had some skills. They significantly decreased the number of students academically in level 1, and they significantly increased the number of students academically scoring in levels 3 and 4. So as you think about over the next, we're going to start a board retreat tomorrow, and we're going to be doing that for the next several months as you set goals. Question is, how do you accelerate that? You have And you're going to have to convince local school boards. How do you accelerate that? You may want to think, establish clear goals for local boards to discuss monthly. What are they focused on? How are they spending their money? What results are they getting? What are they reporting to the board? Establishing maybe clear measurable goals to monitor at our level, especially with those that aren't doing as well as the three that I mentioned, so that we can move graduation and post-secondary effectiveness by moving employability skills, civic engagement skills, and academic skills to a greater extent. I did pretty well to leave Dr. Proctor some time, Madam Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions. And again, I want to welcome the new board members and say welcome back to the returning board members.
Questions from anyone? Oh, I guess the hand raise app works now too. I've got Betty Arnold.
And it is Betty Arnold.
And it is
I
Betty
mean, I
Arnold.
just wanted to make that clear. It was not someone else.
I was prepared to raise my hand in case the name was different. Thank you for the presentation. One of the things that I want to point out, which is so obvious, typically where we struggle are in urban districts. And one of the things that I have kind of picked up on, when we look at some of the policies, guidelines that have been established by the state board, and I'm talking specifically the individualized plan of study. The implementation usually in urban districts, from what I've seen, is perhaps not as focused, maybe because of the size. I'm not trying to say I know what the reason is, because I don't. But it does make me wonder if we might look, once again, starting at the board level, to shore up the individualized plan of study in terms of the state board commitment. I would venture to say connectivity is one of the greatest problems that are plaguing our students. They are losing that connective link to education, especially in the urban districts. We're seeing more that schools become a place for, that's where you go. Learning is not really their focus, that's just where you go to hang out. So if we were to look and shore up IPS, which hopefully would shore up their connection to education and the purpose that it would serve in their lives. I would love to see perhaps a little more discussion on that, where the board, and it's been a significant change since you adopted the individualized plan of study. Is that still iconic for us? And if so, look at ways that we might shore up our commitment to that and then move down. I won't be here for the retreat where you're discussing this. So I did just kind of want to get that out there, because if we don't do something about connecting kids to the education and the role education serves in their lives, I don't think we're going to see in those urban districts the shifts from level 1 to level 2, because I think that's a missing link. So that's just for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle.
Thank you, Chairwoman Melanie Haas. So Randy, just a quick question, even after hearing from a few speakers today on, we always hear the word proficient, achievement, below grade level. These are things that get thrown around as buzzwords. Okay, so this morning I looked up the NAEP scores from 2022. It gives us a snapshot of the last 6 months. If you look before that, you don't have any results between now and 2019. There's a lot of stuff going on with COVID. You just don't have true, I don't think we have true numbers. A lot of people opt out of assessments during that time frame, especially here in Kansas. So if you look, Wyoming, Massachusetts, always kind of, well, surprised me, Wyoming at the top of the list for reading and math. Florida gets touted as, oh, Florida's doing a great job. Well, they're way down. They're like 2 levels below Kansas, and this is in 8th grade. And they're 32nd behind Kansas and Arizona. And Arizona gets touted, and so does Florida. Some of the others lately, in talking points, if you're reading different marketing, all that kind of stuff. So I think what we need to find out is we need to ask people, and I do, what do you mean by what's proficient? What do you mean by that? And they can't tell me. Well, what do you mean by achievement? What do you mean below grade level? We need to define that better for them and help them understand that, because I think when we're talking about assessments, and I don't put a whole lot of weight on NAEP scores. I know that's the only way we can measure from state to state, and ACT has kind of changed over the last 10 years, in my opinion. So we just need to basically, in my opinion, focus on Kansas, measure Kansas, make sure parents are understanding that we are doing a good job. And I would say Massachusetts does do a good job. They have a lot of educational people in there. They have a lot of researchers in there that have done well in education for years and years and years. So that one at the top doesn't surprise me. But when we look at all these, oh, well, they're doing a good job, they're not doing Common Core standards, well, we need to find out, get our message out there from the state board and to Kansas. A communication gap is missing, and a lot of people are just buzzwords over there across the street, and they're talking about proficiency. What do they mean by that? How do you define that? How does a parent define that? How does the board define that? And how does the local board define that? Because like I talked about last month, we had a kid that was doing, like looking at his cursive writing, I'm thinking, this kid is doing gangbusters in math. He can read well, he can write well. He didn't do so well in his assessments. Maybe he's not a good test taker or whatever it may be. We need to make sure that we're communicating that from the board down in Kansas, and focus on Kansas. You might want to compare yourself to Nebraska or another state, but what are we doing here in Kansas, and are the people happy with the results of that? And then continue to communicate that. I had to say that because I keep hearing buzzwords again, and what does that mean? And Danny talked about going across 10,000 miles in Kansas and talking about parents. They just don't know what they don't know. We don't know what we don't know sometimes, and we just need to be sure we're communicating that.
Absolutely, and that has to be part of what we talk about in our retreats is the communication, because we throw out words, grade level, proficiency, standard, and we all have in our mind what that means for us, and that's something different for everyone else. And that's why I like looking at that data related to what happens to kids, and then we can start to make that. So you're right, and I think we can bring clarity to that, Michelle, over the next couple of months together.
All right, I know we're running behind, but Ann, and then this will be the last question.
Because Dr. Proctor, he's riveting. You throw me out of here. Give me the hook at any time.
Now, I was just going to second what Michelle said, because particularly the use of the term proficient, that's not a term we use in the state. Totally agree on NAEP. It's 300 kids they test out of 500,000. We test them all. And so I think it's particularly good timing now with so many new people coming on the board to understand that proficient is a term they use at the federal level and on NAEP, but we don't. And so we do have a really good, I think, parent guide for the assessments, but we maybe need to dredge that up and make sure parents understand what 1, 2, 3, and 4 mean. So anyway, I'll shut up because I want to hear from Ben too, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, welcome to everyone.
All right, we'll prepare to be riveted. Next up, we have the continued discussion on academic success. Welcome, Dr. Ben Proctor, and I understand that Beth Foltz is with you as well. Oh, she's on my list. Hi, Beth, wherever you are. Yes, they often listen from within the building, so.
Based on the previous conversation, but I do appreciate the opportunity. And I think just the term, I think, to describe what we're talking about in terms of getting everybody on the same page is data literacy. And we talk a lot in our division, and I'm going to mention just the work that we're doing in DLS, so the Division of Learning Services. That's the group that I oversee and have for the past 6 months, and I've learned a lot about the work of DLS during my time here at KSDE. And part of the phrasing that we're embracing is being able to talk the walk. And it's based on the Michael Fullen framework of coherence, and that is basically, are we all on the same page? So when we would use a term like proficiency, if you look that up in the dictionary, it's going to say one thing, but I'm not sure that anybody would know exactly what we're talking about when we say proficiency in terms of academic performance in Kansas. And there are different definitions based on kind of the technical aspects of what that word means. And we'll talk more about that, but I think it's a really important part of the conversation in the direction that we're going and understanding what is the data telling us so that we can make the best decisions possible. As part of our DLS team, we have a research and evaluation team. And you've seen, and I can show you anytime for our new board members, data. And I feel like it's not only compelling for the work that we do within our division, but as we've been able to share that with different groups around the state, I get a lot of positive feedback. And we're talking about state assessment data, but we're doing it in I believe, a very relevant way when we connect it to things like graduation and post-secondary effectiveness and ACT, and it really goes back to the vision, and that is putting kids in the very best position possible to be successful. I believe that the work of our division and DLS, we've got great people to do that work, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about where we're at right now in that process. But you can see the data that we've been looking at, that our team has put together, and Dr. Watson mentioned it. We have too many students who are performing at a low level. At level 1, we refer to that as limited, and it's really limited ability to use the skills and knowledge that are necessary to be successful in post-secondary as measured on that academic measure of a state assessment. But we're going to talk about how we can view state assessments a little bit differently as we move forward. Secondly, we're looking at not only the 10th grade scores and how students do as a sophomore in high school, but what does that look like when you look back when those students are in elementary school and middle school, and how does success in one grade level lead to success in a subsequent grade level? And our team is looking at that data specifically right now, and I think the initial findings, it's probably not something that is different than you'd think it would be, but what kids do at every grade level matters, and every day matters. And high quality instruction matters. And I know last month, Mrs. Mall and Mr. Porter referenced a presentation from last summer on addressing academic performance especially in high poverty schools. And I was able to read an article recently by the authors that we met last summer, and they talk about the importance of quality instruction and what happens in our classrooms and how important quality teachers are, and creating an environment where we can attract quality teachers. There is no substitute for that. So it goes back, the title of the article, I can't remember exactly, but it was basically, you're not going to intervene your way into academic performance. You're going to get it done in that classroom setting. And I think that's exciting to talk about teaching and learning and how we influence that work at the state level. But our data says it's time. And we need to address academic performance in order to put kids in a better position to be successful. So talk to you a little bit about how we want to do that. So here's just some short-term internal priorities as I think about our division work. This would be different than what the board will do as you think about short-term measures and short-term goals that you want to pursue. But internally, what is it that we're doing in the Division of Learning Services to help support those goals that you put forth for us? And the first thing, and this just goes back to my experience working in school systems for a long time, I believe organizational health matters. And the first thing that I wanted to do was understand how our organization works. Blake, who just left, I was telling him, I've known him for a while, our superintendent from Caney, who's doing amazing things. Coming to KSD, I had an impression of how things worked here, but I was wrong. As I got into the work, it was different than I realized. And I think one of the things that I found so striking was the expertise that exists here in the agency. Not that I didn't know that, but I didn't know the people and just what they bring to this conversation. And over the last 6 months have really been able to assess that by getting to know our people. And I want to talk to you a little bit about that work today. We also want to have really clear actions associated with addressing academic performance as we've identified that as a fundamental issue. And I talk to different teams within our division and keep asking them, is this the right direction? Do we believe in this direction? I continue to get affirming responses in that. Internal measurable outcomes. So how do we know that the work we're doing is having an impact? And I'll talk to you specifically about those items, those priority areas. And then I think this part is extremely important, this mobilization of not only the people at KSDE or directive from the state board, but we have a lot of people around our state who are ready to support school improvement efforts in systems across the state. And who are those people, and how do we leverage experts that are in the field, partners that we have, and making sure that everybody is pointed in the same direction so that we're not all operating independently from one another. And then also understand, how do we situate other state board outcomes as we currently know them? Individual plan of study is a great example of something that we want to do extremely well. And I think part of what we need to do now is a great time to assess what is the student impact. How has the individual plan of study played out for students across the state? And there's other areas as well that we've identified as really important. So just very, very quickly, I won't spend a lot of time on this, but I think it is important for the state board and for everybody around the state to know, what does work here at KSDE look like? Because we have people who can support academic achievement in other areas to improve outcomes for kids in a really good way. So I think understanding that and how we're working together and building structures across our agency and across the division to be able to move in a unified direction, and we all know where we're going and how to get there, to me, that's a very critical element. And we've got expertise here that you can rely on and the state of Kansas can rely on to get that work done. So fostering that very positive culture, it's been a great thing for me to experience and allowed me to get to know our people, and we're going to continue to do that so that we understand our direction very well. Additionally, clear action. So I've been able to spend the first 6 months really trying to understand, what is the data telling us, what is the nature of the work here in learning services and across KSDE. And I think as we've identified an imperative to improve academic outcomes that will ultimately improve opportunities for students, here's some very specific things that we can support that currently exist. I don't think that anything here is new, but I think that we can do the work very intentionally and in a way to ultimately influence actions in school systems across the state and influence the work in those classrooms that we know is so very important. And last month I shared just a little bit on our balanced assessment system, and I know we'll be limited on time, but walking through, what does that mean? So it's not just about this one test in the spring that students take that we base all decisions on. Ultimately, the best data is what a teacher can use to change practice in the classroom, inform practice in the classroom, and make adjustments along the way. A limitation of that summative measure is you don't get the data until that group of kids is already moving on to the next grade level. But we have a system that allows us to support that particular measure in a way that gives teachers more immediate information to make adjustments along the way to improve those outcomes for students. We have a lot of systems that take advantage of that. It's an interim assessment as far as usage, but I don't know that we've supported that in the most intentional way possible to provide that tool so that more information can be provided along the way. So I want to make sure the board knows and that our staff knows that is a great resource. There are reports available that can provide real-time data back to teachers so that we're aligned to standards, which is another big part of our action plan, to ensure that we have a standards alignment process across the state in all content areas, and that we're aligning resources and actions to those standards. Additionally, you're aware of our early literacy initiative led by Dr. Curtis, And we believe that that is a critical element as we move forward, not only in getting systems and individual teachers and support staff trained in structured literacy, but knowing what is that going to look like in 5 years and in 10 years as something that should be embedded and a part of the way we do schooling from this point on. So it's not just a short-term look at who is being trained, because we have a lot of teachers right now being trained in structured literacy. We've got higher ed that's getting involved in teacher prep around structured literacy and the science of reading. But how do we sustain that over time? And our team can help to answer that question. And also understanding that multi-tiered system of support that has been around for a long time, where we're providing not only core instruction, quality core instruction, but when students need extra support, what does that look like all the way through a school system? So those are just a few specific areas that we feel like are all present. This is not anything new, and systems won't receive it as new, but I believe that from a Division of Learning Services standpoint at KSDE, we can support this work in a really intentional way that's going to ultimately produce stronger outcomes, especially academic-related outcomes for kids. And please, anytime, ask questions. So as part of that work and understanding those particular areas, yes, ma'am.
Sorry, I'll jump in. Do you want to wait? Okay. Sorry.
As part of that work and understand, I mentioned the coherence framework. One of the fundamental parts of that is making sure that you're not doing so many things, or that you don't have so many goals that you're not necessarily really good at any one thing. And I think whenever you identify what I would refer to as kind of a fundamental problem where you have declining academic performance, that you have to address that by narrowing the focus a little bit. And that's part of the effort here, is to say, what are those things that we can get really good at and talk about very specifically and support as an agency to improve that particular outcome, and understanding that we need internal mechanisms to know if we're moving that in the right direction. And that's what this slide is about. So it's taking those different areas, balanced assessments, standards alignment, structured literacy, MTSS, and saying, how can we build internal mechanisms to evaluate ourselves and our work as we move those initiatives forward in a way that's most effective in changing practice in school systems across the state. And we're working on that now. And we have vehicles to do that with our teams and with different groups that we consult with to build those internal measurable outcomes related to these different efforts. This is just one of the examples of one of those areas that we're very focused on, and that's the balanced assessment system that walks you through just a high-level overview of what that three-layered approach is, where you have what we know pretty well, that summative measure that students take in the spring, and we look at those outcomes usually in the fall at some point and review that data. But we have additional very useful and informing information from both interim and formative opportunities. And again, these things have been around for quite some time. We have some usage, but I don't know that data literacy element is strong enough for people to use it in the most effective way. And this is part of what I talk about when I think of mobilization. So small school systems, mid-sized to small school systems, don't always have a curriculum expert to oversee this work. In my system in Heston, where I came from most recently, we had part-time consultation, but we would rely on external supports for understanding data and moving initiatives forward related to this. And large systems may have those people, so understanding the different contexts matter, but the resources that we have available can apply across the board. And I think part of the conversation we're having right now is identifying those systems where there may be a lack of knowledge or understanding of how to move academic performance in a really good way, making sure that this is a fundamental practice that every system can have in place that provides amazing data to help change instruction and improve academic outcomes. So just an example of one of those systems that's available, that's not heavily used, and probably not well understood as far as how that ultimately can improve academic performance. So that's part of that mobilization effort. And some of these different groups may be familiar to you and some of them maybe not, but we have a lot of supports across the state, and this isn't probably 100% of them, but understanding how we start to mobilize and focus direction so that if we say improving academic outcomes for kids is so important, if we're going to see more kids have more opportunities as they go through school and ultimately graduate and start looking at what they want to do after school, it feels like all of us need to be pointed in the right direction to say we need to improve academic outcomes because we know students who perform in that level 1 category, they don't graduate at a high enough rate. 80%, if you have 20% of those students not graduating, we need to address that. If less than 30% of them are meeting that post-secondary effective rate, we need to address that and put them in a better position to be successful. And we've looked at when you move to level 2, you start to see those numbers increase significantly. And we believe the approach to balanced assessments, to understanding how you integrate standards in everything you do, to raising expectations related to those things, to ensuring that especially our elementary students are getting that structured literacy component, that we have a multi-tiered system of support. We don't feel like that's just moving those students at the bottom level. Those are fundamental practices that can support movement at all levels. And we want to make sure that we're addressing that primary problem, but also moving kids to those highest levels of academic achievement. So having all these different groups aligned with that effort is going to be really critical, and making sure that we have the mechanisms to engage and collaborate with these groups is going to be a really important part of our work. And I know I'm pushed up on time, so I've got more, but I'll certainly answer any questions that you have.
Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing I really think we need to add to your list of actions, along with making sure everybody's actually moving to the structured literacy curriculum that we have required them to do, is to make sure they're actually doing an individual plan of study with Fidelity. Because I just can't believe it's happening, or I think we'd be getting results faster. So I'd like to see that added. But the other thing is, I'm sure the new members already have their eyes glazed over from formative, interim, summative. I hope that one of our monthly workshop things, we go over what assessments we're doing, what that means, and like Michelle said, what does 1 through 4 mean? Who's using proficient, and what does that mean? That we could just spend a lot of time just on assessments, and I think it's really important we all understand how we're measuring academic success.
Yes.
That makes sense?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I think when you start to get specific about, those priorities that we elevate, I think it becomes much easier to define what our terms mean. So absolutely.
One more, Danny?
So explain to me the difference between proficiency and outcome.
Well, I think what my definition would be, and
No,
maybe.
I want to know a definition that parents can understand.
Sure. So I think proficiency, and I'll just kind of step back real quick. I think where there's been confusion about the term proficiency, and I know it was addressed by Beth this summer, Beth Foltz, who oversees career standards and assessments, where there was a requirement to identify proficiency as a level 3 student on the state assessment. I think the way most people identify or define proficiency is maybe, can a student do grade level work? We hear about reading proficiency quite a bit. So is a student able to read at grade level? I think that probably resonates, but I don't feel right now we have a solid definition of what proficiency is. When I think about outcomes, I think about, whether you're looking at a particular grade level and where you want students to be based on the standards that we have at the end of a grade level, what is that outcome? Or as they end school and move into, their senior year, and are they prepared to graduate and then find success in post-secondary? I see those more as outcomes versus along the way, are they able to actually meet whatever the proficiency standard would be for that particular grade level. But I think that's part of the work that we need to do. I think the words we use are critically important. And so I could tell you what my definition is, but I think we have to have a common understanding and definition for these really important words that are going to help drive this work. So right now, I think my answer would be I don't know that that's well defined for us and part of the work moving forward.
And Michelle.
I'm not done.
Oh.
So I might as well get this out there right now. I'm totally against individual plan of study. When we have an individual plan of study, some kid in 8th grade, and we're trying to say that this is what you're gonna be when you graduate from high school, that's a bunch of BS.
That's not.
So if,
Okay, well, that's the way I understand it.
sure.
Because if we had an individual plan of study, I think we need to be back to the basics instead of having all this other stuff. And we need to maybe be real good and teach the kids to reading, write, civics, history, science. And when they graduate, it's up to them what their post-secondary result is. So,
Mr. Zek, we're getting
Thank
a little off track here. Obviously, something that we need to visit. I'm going to go to Michelle, and then we're going to need to break for lunch.
Thank you, Chairman, or Chairwoman Melanie. So as far as like, I know he's talking about individual plans of study, and you talked about like employability skills or civic engagement, those kind of things. The biggest thing I have on those is how are we measuring those? Like, how are you going to measure that? When you have kids in high school, like my son graduated last year, he had 2 jobs. He was also in track and cross country. He was doing well in school. He was obviously, definitely could be employable. So it's like, based off whose standards and how do you assess that? That's my concern. As some of these things that are civic engagement, you can't measure that. You can't, because my definition of it is going to be definitely different than your definition of it. The things that we need to go back to are the things you can measure, and those are the things that we need to make sure our communication is clear from the state board, because some of the things on there, in my opinion, are not measurable by and based off whose standards: federal standards, state standards, governmental standards, parent standards. Those are my biggest concerns on some of the things that we have. On a list of things that are outcomes, because outcome-based learning is not, I just don't agree with outcome-based learning. But yes, civic engagement, there's just so many things that are subjective. And that's my biggest concern, is we're getting away from true academics and true acquiring knowledge in the classroom, and we're moving away from and we're measuring other things that I don't think can be measured because they're too subjective.
So just a couple of things in response. I would say that, and hopefully it was conveyed today, that maybe it's a renewed sense of focus on academic performance, or it's a heightened focus on academic performance, as we've identified that as a fundamental issue. So that's really the nature of our work. And I also think, as you look at these state board outcomes that are identified, I think that's where the next several months of retreat opportunities is going to be a great time to say, this is what we mean by that, and create a more unified definition of the terms. Because, and I'll end with this, the things that come from the state board and our agency, the terms we use and the way we define things, those stick. So this is a great opportunity to reevaluate and determine what are those terms that are most critical that we want the public to know and school systems to know that we really value. So thank you.
And I apologize, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you've got more slides, I want you to have the opportunity to wrap up.
I think we're good. The last thing that I'll say just with that opportunity is understanding student impact. I think that's the part to me that's really critical. So when we say civic engagement and we see that as a state board outcome, that we want our students civically engaged, how are we doing right now with that? That's existed for a while, and I think we have people within our agency that can speak to that. They can say, this is what we've done in that area, and this is the impact we feel like that's had on students, because I don't know that it's controversial to say that we want our students civically engaged. I think that's important or that we want them to be competent, and we'll talk about what the Kansas Can competencies are. I don't know about you, but I want my kids to persevere when there's challenges that they face, that they're put in an environment where they're going to have to work through things that are difficult for them. I don't think those are real controversial things. And I don't know either, to be completely honest, how you measure some of those things. I don't know. I've been in school systems for a long time, but I think you give kids opportunities to experience them. I don't know that you have to put on paper, that they did a 10 or 11. I don't know what that means, but they had a chance, and you can watch them work through those challenges. So I think opportunity is really important. So.
Thank you, Dr. Proctor. And as I mentioned, it is lunchtime, so we will reconvene at 1:30. started with our agenda for the afternoon, I just want to remind board members, now we have the hand-raising app working, and so please use it. I will call on you. You get one question for the presenter, and then if we need to circle back around, if there are that many questions, if you have a second question, then you can ask it on round 2. Please remember that when another board member is speaking, you should not respond to them directly. You need to be recognized by the chair, and you should always be recognized by the chair if you're looking to make a comment. So with that, we're going to move on to public hearing on licensure regulations. I'm going to read this because it's long. KAR 91-1200, 91-1201, 91-1202, 99-1203, 91-1204, and 91-1209. Scott Gordon is with us, and I'm going to open the public hearing, which is supposed to begin at 1:30. So I will read this section. The Kansas State Board of Education will conduct a public hearing on proposed amendments to the licensure regulations. Procedures for any public hearing of the State Board are as follows. Any person having an interest in the subject of the hearing shall have a right to provide oral and written testimony to the State Board on the subject of the hearing. Any person wishing to speak at the hearing shall sign in prior to the commencement of the hearing by providing his or her name and identifying whether he/she represents an opinion of a group or organization. The presiding officer will conduct the hearing. Speakers will be recognized in the order which they signed in. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make his or her presentation. If written testimony is submitted, 13 copies should be provided. Do we have any speakers? No one has registered. Okay, I'll leave the hearing open. Scott? Yes, Mark.
I just wanted to clarify for the record, and Scott may address this, but I wanted to clarify for the record that this is a continuation of the public hearing from the month of December. It is in the minutes and on live stream that it was our opinion that at that time, and the collective will of the board, that the regulations have been complied with in terms of notification, but there was a glitch in not having the regulations available through a link on the website. So out of abundance of caution, the board voted to just continue it. So I just want to make sure that this is on the record, that it is a continued hearing from the December meeting. Thank you.
Would you like to remind us exactly where we are in this process, especially for the new members?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner Watson. My name is Scott Gordon. I am General Counsel for the Kansas State Department of Education. Essentially, I am to Commissioner Watson what Mark Ferguson is to you all as the board. I would like to take this opportunity, since we have time on the agenda, to really kind of explain the background of how it is that the State Board adopts regulations and how we got to this particular moment. So it may take me a little bit longer than what Mark just explained, but I want to give you some historical background of where we're at. I'm also here with Shane Carter, who is the Director of Teacher Licensure. Shane is going to be able to answer any questions you have, program specific, but my responsibility with the agency is to help move regulations through the formal adoption process. And hopefully I'll address some of the questions and concerns that have been raised over the past month or so. First of all, the question has come up, well, where does the State Board obtain its authority to adopt regulations? And there are several sources. The first and most important authority is from Article 6, Section 2 of the state constitution, whereas you were entrusted with general supervision of the public schools, educational interests, and all educational interests of the state except those delegated to KBOR. So anything post-secondary or anything after high school would be the Board of Regents, and we're not talking about any of those issues. So this statutory, or pardon me, the constitutional article was interpreted in 1973. It's most commonly referred to as the Peabody case. There's the legal citation if anyone wants to read it. This is probably the most important provision from that case from the state Supreme Court, that your supervisory powers are self-executing, which means once the legislature has established the State Board, which it has, you may exercise your constitutional power of supervision without extra legislation. In other words, you don't need to rely, and generally you do not rely on action from individuals across the street to make something happen. You, as elected officials, have the power to make those changes on your own. Now, there's a process that we go through to do that, but that's what it means to have the self-executing authority. there is additional statutory authority, and I will fully acknowledge that during the Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations, this issue came up of, well, what is the authority of the state board to adopt these regulatory changes if we didn't pass any statutes? And I fully admit that I did not do a very good job of explaining that there actually is statutory authority for you to make rules and regulations governing the licensure requirements. And this is the first statute, 72-55. I'm not going to read it word for word for you. In essence, the state board shall adopt and maintain standards, criteria, or rules and regulations of the following, including certification of administrators, teachers, counselors, school nurses, supervisors of school districts, KSD staff, and administrators of non-public schools. And that's what the set of regulations that are before you does. It follows and stems from the statutory authority. Additionally, under 72-2157, you are authorized to adopt rules and regs for the issuance, renewal, and reinstatement and registration for teacher licensure. So you have constitutional authority, you have authority that's been divested and clarified by the state Supreme Court, as well as statutory authority to do the things that we are suggesting that you do. And by way of reference, when we say we suggest you do this, the process is that we start with a professional standards board. This is an entity that is appointed by you. The individuals that serve on the standards board are appointed by you on a regular basis. That board is charged with developing rules and regulations. They have a subcommittee specifically focusing on rules and regulations for teacher and administrators. That entity works with Shane and his team to propose amendments or new regulations as they're needed. Those proposed regulations and the changes come to you as the state board. That's step number one. Step number one is they come up with these suggested changes based on the desires of the field and of the public, and in response to suggestions you might ask for. Step two is when they bring it to you all as the elected officials and say, this is what we think would be a good idea. Do you agree? Or are you okay with these proposed changes? And the state board votes to whether or not, yes, we like these changes, and we authorize the Department of Education to initiate the formal adoption process for rules and regulations. That's kind of the standard language. So that's really where I get involved in helping write these regulations in a form that I know will be acceptable by the Department of Administration and the Office of the Attorney General, so that they do make sense, so that they are internally consistent, and to make sure that they are consistent with other laws. That's the role of the Attorney General's office, is to make sure that you aren't going outside of your authority. Every single regulation that gets adopted by this body goes through that process. And where we are now is started back in February and March of 2018. And it's hard to believe there are only 2 current members of the state board that were on the board when these started, Jim McNeese and Dina Horst. You were the only 2 sitting members that started this. The state board did receive, they received and approved submission of these amendments through the formal adoption process that I just described. Now, we did realize there were some other changes that needed to be made, 2 very small changes, but they were substantive enough to bring back to the state board. That was later that same year. The 2 changes that were made, or additions I should say, was the creation of an endorsement for high school teachers to teach driver's education. And then there's the limited use license, which was specifically modeled after the formal coalition of innovative districts. There was a school district that was still relying on those types of teachers. So they asked you, hey, we need this limited license. We've been relying on this for years. Please bring it back. So we did. You all voted for those policy changes. You accepted those. You essentially said, yes, you did. You specifically said, this is what we want to have happen. Department of Education, make it so. Make this a thing. That's what I do. The agency does not make these policy decisions on their own. We just follow the guidance and the requests of the state board. So that's what we've done. I'm going to give you the Reader's Digest version. There's way too many pages to read line by line. If there's questions at the end, I'm more than happy to answer them. 91.1.200 are the definitions. There's really not very much new or that important out of the definitions. What I would point out is each phrase within a parenthesis, that is a unique term. It is not one term that piggybacks onto another one. I know that there was a concern over we have early childhood, then we have early childhood through early, I'm gonna mess these up, early adolescence or late adolescence. Those are completely separate. You take the phrase as a completely separate term. When I tell you that we struggled for a long time to come up with this language, that's why it's taken 5 years. If you can get 5 attorneys from 2 different agencies to agree on the language, you know that the language has been beat up and vetted more than, sorry, I'm just gonna say it, any piece of legislation that comes from across the street. So there's not any ambiguity, at least in my world. Most of the new terms that you're seeing, by the way, that pop up aren't really new. Policy-wise, sure, we may label something differently, but there haven't really been any policy changes. Nothing that would be what I would consider substantive. Under 201, there was a removal of an exchange school specialist and exchange exchange teacher, as well as the foreign exchange, and I'll clarify something. Foreign exchange, that label was replaced with the visiting international teaching license. Functionally, it's the same thing. They just updated the title of it. The exchange school specialist and the exchange teaching license, my understanding is those were based on old, outdated agreements that are no longer in place. Since the agreements are no longer in place, we don't need those licenses anymore. There was the creation of the limited use teaching license that was added to 91-1-201. And I will tell you that most of what you're looking at, all of that other struck language, it's struck because it's extraneous. We have the important parts of the struck language that's already incorporated elsewhere, either in 91-1-201 or other regulations. Doesn't mean we got rid of licensure. It doesn't mean we got rid of substantive policy. It's just we decided not to get rid of, or we got rid of language that was repetitive. One thing that I want to point out that I should have mentioned earlier, there may be a need, a bigger umbrella conversation around licensure. Okay. This conversation and what's before you now specifically are the changes that are being proposed, which are reflected by, if a line is drawn through the language, that means it goes away. If it's underlined, that's the new language. That's the only language, honestly, that you're voting on or you have the opportunity to vote on. If there's other language that you have concerns of and there's no punctuation associated with it, even if you completely vote no against these proposed regulations, that language won't change at all. So again, I mention that because maybe there are concerns with other parts of the licensure regs. Okay, that's a conversation for another day. 91-1-202 deals with the specific endorsements. Generally, you had math, and that was split into general mathematics and advanced mathematics for grades 6 through 12. It does create driver's education as an endorsement. By creation, I should point out that this board had the endorsement years ago. For whatever reason, that endorsement went away because high schools weren't teaching driver's ed anymore. And there were no longer any higher ed programs that were offering that so that no one could achieve the endorsement. That has changed. High schools came to us and said, we want an endorsement for driver's education. At least one institution of higher education said, you know what, we will develop this program so that your teachers can come to, I think, is it 1 or 2? I know Fort Hays. Fort Hays State is the one right now that you can go, you can obtain your 9 hours and achieve that endorsement. So it's a thing. Foreign language became world languages instead. And then there was the creation of a new leadership endorsement specifically for directors of special education. So those are really the policy changes and the grammatical changes that occurred in 202. 203 clarifies some of the licensure requirements. So there's not as much included under pedagogical, I get that wrong every time, pedagogical assessment and content assessment. It may look as though we've struck the requirement that those have to be approved by the state board. Not true. Within the definitions of those two types of assessment, it's clarified that those are designated by the state board. So you don't need to say that the assessment is designated by the state board and then turn around and also say that it's approved by the state board. It's the same thing. That's why that language was struck from 203. Again, it's repetitive language we got rid of. The initial teaching license, that was added as a means to obtain the school counselor endorsement. Without the change in the regulation, you had to have a professional teaching license in order to add the endorsement as a school counselor. Schools and institutions of higher education came to you and said, you know, we are comfortable with someone having an initial teaching license being allowed to add the school counselor as an endorsement. We don't know why we need our counselors to stick around for 5 years or whatever it takes to get a professional license before they get that endorsement. Please make that change, and you approved that. And then the definition of recent experience already references accredited experience on that's in page 6 on that particular regulation. So it was repetitive, so we got rid of some of that same. We got rid of some of the language, but the policy doesn't change on that at all. Further on, 91.1.203, again, the top of page 9, there was quite a bit of language that was struck through. It was all entirely redundant. There was an addition, the visiting international teaching license is now valid up for 4 years of, so you get a visiting international teaching license for a year. The change will be that you could actually add 4 years to that rather than just 2. Under the J-1 visa, someone can now stay in the US longer than we originally allowed for. So the regulatory change is to match what the J-1 visa allows. In other words, it allows for a visiting international teacher to stay in a Kansas school longer than what had previously been allowed. Previously, we had the language where someone had to make appropriate progress. There was some confusion and lack of clarity. Well, what does make appropriate progress mean? Offices felt that that was too vague, so it was clarified to mean you have to accomplish at least half of all of the requirements in order to get that next level of licensure. And then finally, it may look like we struck the requirement that a mentor must be experienced. That's absolutely, but that's not true. Under the definition of a mentor, in order to be a mentor, you have to have a certain level of experience. So again, it was extra language that we struck. Does not change the policy behind what it means to be a mentor or what's allowed to be a mentor. And as I said before, it does use the same standards that were previously used by the Coalition of Innovative Districts. This is on page 20 of 91.1.203. And really that just creates that new type of a license that a school district may use, or pardon me, a applicant for a license may use in very limited circumstances. And I know Shane would be more than happy to explain the details about that particular license if you have concerns. 91.1.204, these are the out-of-state and foreign applicants. Without a regulatory change, someone has to hold a valid license, a currently valid license from the other state. So for example, if I'm in Missouri and I've lived there for 15 years, but I haven't taught in Missouri for the past 5 for whatever reason, in order for me to, and Shane's gonna throw something at me when I get this wrong, in order for me to use my Missouri license, to get a license in Kansas, I would have to show evidence of, I would have to get that license renewed in Missouri before I could use that in Kansas. With this change, so long as I've never had that license revoked or denied by Missouri, it no longer has to be currently valid, it just has to be a good license. Is that a fair statement? Thank you. The leadership license does clarify that the content assessment has to be either from within Kansas or it has to be approved from the other licensing state. And my understanding is that's always the way it's been. There's no policy change there, it's just clarifying the language so that everyone understands that. And again, there's a lot of extraneous language that was struck from that particular regulation. For what it's worth, I'm just telling you there was extra language that, because we were able to clean things up elsewhere in 91.1.204, we didn't need it repeated again later on in that particular regulation. 91.1.209, these are the additional endorsements that are possible. Again, there was a lot of expired language. I believe in that regulation, half of it expired in 2012, so there was no reason to keep it on the books anymore. Appropriate labels were used for high incidence and low incidence for special education endorsements, that we literally just changed the labels. Functionally, and for policy reasons, nothing changed about those particular endorsements. We decided to use labels that were actually being used in the field. The other struck language, again, that was extraneous. We didn't need it anymore. And there are requirements for adding those endorsements on pages 4 and 5 of 91.1.209. At the end of the day, here's probably the biggest takeaways that I would share with you. The state board approved a couple of endorsements back in 2018, one of which was the driver's education endorsement. We have not been able to formally issue that endorsement unless and until this state board votes in favor of it. So what we have been able to issue is not specific credential, but we have been able to issue just notification that someone that has completed that program from Fort Hays, that is the same exact requirements that the state board approved in 2018, pardon me. We just send them a letter saying, we recognize you have completed the same exact program that the state board will require once the endorsement becomes a valid endorsement. We cannot add this onto your license today, but you can use this to show you've jumped through all the hoops, you just haven't walked across the stage, so you've done all of the work that's required by the state board in order to teach driver's education as a teacher. Unless and until the regulatory change occurs, we can no longer do that. A no vote from the state board would be an indication that you no longer support that as an endorsement, so we wouldn't be able to offer that anymore. I'm just sharing that was a policy that the state board adopted a few years ago. No one has said, don't do that. So that is the very short version. Okay, I didn't run out of time yet. I know there's a lot of details in the regulations. Regulations, and this is my editorial part as the attorney for what that's worth. Regulations are written and they're designed so that whenever you say, this is what I want to require of a teacher, or this is what I want to require of a school, and then the person that you want to require that of, they're going to try to find loopholes. They're going to, well, how can you say, where does that requirement come from? Right here. This is where the requirements get written into. I assure you that these regulations they're like 68 pages long. The guidance documents that come out from Shane's team are not 68 pages long. They are very specific and they are much easier to understand for those in the field, whether they are a current teacher, whether they want to be a teacher, or whether they're working at a school. Regulations are not easy things to understand. That's why it's taken 5 years to get these where we are. And if you have any questions for me, I'm more than happy to answer them, or I will defer to Shane if you have policy questions that he may be better suited to answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any questions as of yet, so I will ask you a question. In 2018, I was not yet on the state board, so obviously 10 duly elected members are the ones who worked on this work and approved it. Who exactly are these recs written for? Who's the audience here?
The audience is, these are directives from the state board to the public, if you will. Those that want to be teachers, those that are currently teachers, those that work in schools, I would say that's probably the target audience for regulations. Okay. It also provides guidance for the agency to know at what point do I get to issue this person a license? Does the regulation allow me to issue this license, or am I prohibited from offering a license until X, Y, and Z is accomplished?
Okay. You did just say that the agency does write a more layman's terms version of these. So I'll ask the question again. Who exactly is the audience? Who interprets what's been written here? It took 5 lawyers to write it, correct?
It took one lawyer. No, we had 2 at the time. 2 lawyers to write a draft. And then due to staffing changes at the Attorney General's office, we had 2 sets of 2 attorneys that took turns reviewing the regulations.
Okay. I've got 2 board members here, but I will.
Just make sure to clarify, Scott. And so as those attorneys write regulations, and then Shane's going to issue lay people's guidance, those regulations have to be in legal terms to defend the state board and the agency from being sued relative to those regulations, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
That's why they're not written in lay people's language.
Right.
Okay. Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate you walking through that. I thought it was helpful what Shane did last month, too, to summarize in layman's terms. These are name changes and stuff, but the driver's license and a couple of those other things, I've been contacted several times by school districts for saying, get this passed, we need this now. So appreciate you walking through all that again. And to correct the record, Jim and I were here in 2018 as well.
I apologize for not accurately reflecting. Yes, I know, yeah, you guys were here, I'm sorry.
Dina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When there is a name change, is that a change that we developed as a state board, or is the name change that is used by the by the college? Colleges now, they've changed it, so we know we're talking about the same thing. And is that our reason for making that change?
In my experience in dealing with these regulations and
For
other regulations.
example, the world language from foreign language.
Do you have a better answer than what I'm going to say? Yeah. So I believe higher education is represented on the Professional Standards Board,
Right.
and they would have been the ones to come forward and suggest a particular change
Okay.
in those names.
Thank you.
Michelle?
Thank you, Chairwoman Haas. So my question too, on all the information, last month the board was given, both documents. And the biggest thing, it was for the public, or is for people to understand that. So you talked about like layman's terms, as far as maybe that's what we need to do, is at least give us like what you just did, the rundown. We didn't have that prior to last month's meeting. The breakdown, all the legal, I can see both documents. I can look back and forth and see what the changes were, or maybe I don't understand all why the changes were done that way. You explained some of it, but that's the stuff that we need to make sure people understand. There's a public hearing. They have all the information, and then they have the breakdown. And because we keep talking in all these little different terms with them, and our communication is, again, was lacking again last month, and we didn't have all that information. Now we do. Now the public has it, and you've given us more information. You broke that down for us. You did a good job today of explaining all that. I think that's the biggest problem is I didn't have it as a board member. The public didn't have it. So when they're asking questions of me, I can't, like, what's the public hearing about? I don't know. I don't have that information. So I just want to make sure that if we're given something and we have to vote on it as a 10-member board, each one of us has the same information, and then the public is we didn't have anybody come today. They might not have known what to even come forward about. So I just want to make sure that's all I wanted to bring up, is just making sure. That's why it was such a big deal last month. Now that I have all the information, it's just helpful to reference back too, if I can reference back to this in the future if these questions come up.
Fair enough. Appreciate that.
And Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question might be a little odd, but you talk about 2018 with adding the driver's education and limited use. Why is the first stamp I see on any of this February of 21? What's the possibly 2 years or so gap in that part? I mean, I'm just curious.
No, and it's a fair question. That came up with JCAR as well. I don't have a great answer for you on that. Many times, I would even say as far as most of the time, there's a lot of pages here. 1 or 2 pages might be perfect. No need to have any changes. There may be another change on another page in the same regulation that I'm still going back and forth, and either with staff or with the Department of Administration or the Attorney General's office to try to work out, well, what language accomplishes the state board's goals, but still will be usable for people outside of this room. There's a lot of back and forth. I can't even tell you how many emails. I tried looking, and it's a mess. That is a lot of why you may see pages where there's that 2-year gap. Well, maybe I'm not working on that particular page. And in all candor, I'm only going to bring the full set of regs to you. So they may have had some of these regulations they had no problem with. I want to say 91-1-209 was probably the easiest one to get approved, but the definitions took so long. I'm not going to piecemeal it, right? We're going to bring all of them to you at one time. So it's a long, painful process.
Back to Ann.
I just had a question. Didn't we, I was thinking like these things drug on so long in the AG's office and you know how back and forth it went, that we actually made a couple of modifications in 21, didn't we? Since it was hanging out there, we decided, well, let's fix this up while we're at it.
Not to these. There may have been some requests and suggestions to substitute teaching licensure. You'll see those very soon, but they are not reflected here.
All right. Commissioner Watson.
And if these regulations go through, let me just give you an example of something that just won't happen. The Coalition of Innovative School Districts doesn't exist anymore. I was a member of that as superintendent, but and that regulation was put in there for Marysville specifically, for a Spanish teacher, and maybe some people but that doesn't exist. If that ever gets revised again, you're likely to strike that in the future because it just doesn't exist anymore. And that's what Scott was talking about. Some things get old, and then when they get reviewed eventually, something gets added, you take out those things that don't apply anymore.
And for what it's worth, and I may be overstepping on this point, but a lot of the struck language and a lot of the change language, I'm just letting you know. I know that Shane plans on bringing some more changes sometime in the future and to reflect the changes in substitute licensure that you just referenced. Even if these do not pass for whatever reason, a lot of those language changes are going to be the same. That we will not be able to get any new regs approved unless and until we kind of update and change just the way we talk about things, even if they're not policy changes. That's just the only way that they're going to get approved going back through those two offices.
Thank you very much for your update.
Thank you.
At this point, I will conclude the public hearing. It is 2:02 and we had no speakers show up. We will move on to our next agenda item. Cheryl Johnson, Director of Kansas Department of Education's Child Nutrition and Wellness Division, will present information on the division, its programs, funding, and other areas of interest. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Oh, and here come my slides. Let people come in a minute. Madam Chair, Commissioner, and State Board members, thank you for the opportunity to give you an update about child nutrition and wellness and how we can impact student success. It's my pleasure to be here today. I'm Cheryl Johnson, the director of the team, and also with me in the back, I think if they'll stand up, our two assistant directors, Kelly Cheney and Karen Campbell, are both here. If you want to, they'll wave at you. So we have an outstanding team of 27 folks, and we are not all located in the Topeka office. We have some that are field consultants out across the state, so we can better provide technical assistance, monitoring, and training. So our mission truly is to provide leadership, information, training, monitoring, technical assistance to all of our local agencies that are implementing child nutrition programs in Kansas. So this is not only school nutrition programs, but also our child and adult care food programs and our summer food programs throughout the state. Other smaller programs are the fresh fruit and vegetable program. We also do at-risk after-school meals, after-school snack programs, special milk. All of that comes through the Child Nutrition and Wellness team here at KSDE. It's really important, I think, for you to see how many different sponsors we have, over 840 that do provide access to healthy food for children in Kansas. And look at that number of meals served last year. 96,987,146,000, and our dollar amount of federal reimbursement was $367 million plus. And all we had to do to get that federal reimbursement was our state match is $2,374,289, not 74, $374,289. So you can see that by meeting that state match and how we use that state match in Kansas that the legislators appropriate across the street is we give each school lunch an additional 4-cent reimbursement. So all of that goes directly to the schools to, again, help with their school lunch programs. We also do a lot of grant writing on our team, and right now we have over $33 million in grants that we're administering. And you can see those all listed there. Again, we try to apply for grants that we think are going to be important for Kansas students, things that can help in them being healthier and achieving student success. Number of training registrations, over 20,000 last year, almost 21, and we know that's a low number because a lot of times when we do training, we have 5 or 6 people sitting at a computer in the school districts, but this is the actual number that would register at least one computer. So you can tell that our team of less than 30 does a lot to try to help these 841 sponsors throughout the state. Our true goal is that we would implement programs with integrity and do all we can to impact student success. There have been a lot of supply chain disruptions and staffing issues in the last couple of years with COVID. It's really impacted child nutrition programs for sure. Food, as you know, from going to the grocery store, it just keeps getting more and more expensive. It's hard to find staff because our local restaurants are paying so much for an hourly wage and our schools haven't been able to keep up. So many of our schools are working with just minimal staff, but still meeting the needs of Kansas kids, and you just have to commend them for that. I am just so proud of the work they're doing. We have been able to provide through USDA, the Commodity Credit Corporation, an additional $28 million to Kansas school nutrition sponsors. And that is really just there to help them buy minimally processed foods. So this is helping them buy fruits, vegetables, milk, whole grains, plain meats. And pretty much all of our school districts have accepted this, not just school districts, private schools. I think we only have 5 out of our 401 sponsors who did not accept this money. But I'm so glad that USDA has figured out a way to help our schools. I want to say a big thank you to you as the state board. Many of you know that we applied for the No Kid Hungry School Breakfast Leadership Grant, and Mr. Porter actually went with us to Chicago, and we kicked that off. We used to have 2 or 3 pages full of school breakfast waivers here in Kansas that you approved every year. We have none now. We have all public schools in Kansas serving breakfast to students. It may be an alternative method such as grab and go. It may be breakfast after the bell, but they are. And we know for a fact that that helps improve academic success. And I think our stats, Karen pulled that for me, I think we have over 50% that are offering some sort of alternative. Yeah, 50% of our sponsors are offering some form of alternative breakfast option. So it's not just you have to go to the cafeteria in the morning and get breakfast. We really are giving them these alternative ways to meet the needs when the kids truly are hungry, maybe after first hour in our junior and senior highs. So great work, and thank you all for that. Another really important thing we have done in the past year, we developed through one of those grants, technology grants, an online application for free and reduced price school meals that no one has to pay for, free of charge. Our districts, any of our school sponsors can use it, and we had 258 of our 400 sponsors use that this year. And it makes it so much easier for parents to apply for free and reduced price meals. So that's been an exciting development. Another exciting thing that happened this year is we applied for a demonstration project for direct certification with Medicaid, and we were granted that. We worked collaboratively with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Our information technology team did wonderful things in working with their information technology team. And if you look down there at the bottom, the numbers that we were able to directly certify in Kansas due to Medicaid, 88,066 free students and 7,149 reduced students. And the good thing about this is we saw a decrease in the number of income applications that were completed. And so this made it so those families, they were directly certified. You know they were eligible because they were eligible for Medicaid. They didn't have to apply. Schools didn't have to process applications. It's just a win-win for Kansas families and school districts. So I am just thrilled that we were able to do this. It's a big step for integrity, program integrity, and a win-win for access. Right now, we're in the middle of PEBT 2022, so that's last summer, a supplemental benefit that is going to all students who are eligible for free and reduced price meals last year, and were enrolled in a school district, a benefit of $391. DCF auto issued most of these payments in December, and right now we're in a period where parents can apply in case they would have had a new kindergartner come in last year or transfer a foster student. But it's going very well, and again, a great help to Kansas family. We also were provided a Farm to School state formula grant this past year, almost $1 million, to expand our farm to school programs in Kansas over the next 4 years. Not only includes putting more local foods on the plates in our program, but also to increase agriculture education opportunities for children. We're going to be developing culinary training videos, developing new recipes and menus and procurement documents for sourcing local foods. We're updating our Healthier Kansas menus to feature local foods and providing a lot of technical assistance through bus tours with producers and food service directors. We're starting on our database of local producers. We already have 1,000 folks listed, and developing a great Harvest of the Month program, which is going to include STEM activities for in the cafeteria and in the classroom, and this in collaboration with Meg Richards, one of our great program consultants upstairs. So we are so excited about that opportunity. And the Farm to School Institutes we're going to be hosting in collaboration with Nebraska and Missouri the next 3 years to try to help our schools really figure out how they can procure more local food, because we know it tastes better, it helps Kansas farmers, it's a win-win when we can do that. We also have a Farm to School competitive grant that is supposed to help us use more local grains in our programs, and we're partnering with the Kansas Wheat Commission on that. We had over 18 sponsors apply, and the amount of their applications is 1.5 times the money we have, so it's going to be a very competitive process. But we're going to be able to help some of those get equipment so they can do more scratch baking. I'm pretty excited about that because, as you know, our students and our child care children, they love the fresh baked whole grain bread items. We also have worked on a team nutrition grant where we're working with family consumer science educators, local producers, and school nutrition professionals to develop recipes. We had a recipe contest and 49 teams from across the state applied. And we had, well, I guess we actually got recipes from 26 of those. And they had to use local ingredients. And here were our winners. West Elk and Valley Falls had most of our winning recipes. We've currently been testing those. We have to get 85% student acceptance, and we've tested in Shawnee Mission, Hutchinson, and Haven, and we're close on all of them. We've made a few more tweaks to the recipes, such as, for instance, we're doing, there's a Poppy Chalky Muffin, which is a whole grain sorghum, you know, where we grow a lot of sorghum in Kansas. But that sorghum can have a little bit of a sandy texture. So, you know, trying to figure out, can we put some oats with that? So there's a little better acceptance. But anyway, it's really exciting to see these student-developed recipes come full circle, and they'll be featured then in USDA recipes nationally. We also are excited, we are going to have a new Body Venture exhibit, which I don't know if some of you have gone through Body Venture in the past. Yeah, I see heads shaking. It used to go up with PVC pipes and cloth zippered frames, and the kids would go through. Well, now it's going to have a more bouncy house appearance. Do you see the picture there? It's going to be inflatable. It will blow up, and you go through the body. I know you're laughing, but I think the kids are going to really like it. And what I'm so excited about is, with the old exhibit, you had to have 20 people, 15 to 20, to help set it up. Those of you that have done that. Well, in some of our schools that maybe don't have as many resources, when you talk about equity, that couldn't get parents in our low-income areas to do that, then we couldn't go. With this one, we have air compressors, blows it up, so we can go into all of those schools now, and we won't have to say, no, we can't come, when those kids really need that learning experience. So I am just thrilled, and it's going to be delivered in about 2 weeks, and we'll see what it really looks like when we put it up for the first time. We will do that, absolutely. We have a lot of culinary training online. You'll see Kelly here, our assistant director. She's been doing quick bites, things on knife skills. With COVID, it kind of forced us to go a lot more virtual, but we're finding out people can access that really well and do training. So those are on our website if you're interested. They're there. Another really exciting thing we're doing are early learning collaborations with Child Care Aware. Of course, here with our early childhood team, we are working with DCF as a part of the Links to Quality, because the Child and Adult Care Food Program truly does help make a quality child care, because they're healthy meals, and there's nutrition education involved. We're also part of the Kansas Breastfeeding Coalition. So we definitely collaborate a lot with our early learning folks here at KSDE. This February, we're having Wellness Wednesdays again. We've done this for a couple of years to try to increase healthier environments across the state. February 1, we're going to be talking about the new CDC tool that assesses school wellness policies. February 8th, making every bite count with the dietary guidelines. February 15th is a really exciting one. The Ellen Satter Institute is going to talk about feeding children with food allergies in our program. And then on the 22nd, we're going to have some strategies and best practices from the field about preventing drug use in Kansas, both opioids and vaping. So these will be available, and then we're going to record them so that anyone from a school district or any of our school sponsors can assess this professional development. We do have wellness coaches that go out and support our schools across the state, trying to help them meet the model guidelines that you as the state board have put into policy. We're trying to help them make gradual progress every year to have healthier environments for kids. And I think a lot of folks don't realize that school meals can truly support social and emotional school climates, but we participate with USDA in what are called food and mood, understanding the science between how food can really make a difference on the mood, all of these social emotional factors for students. So we are also helping in that area where we can. We have a hashtag where we ask all of our child nutrition sponsors to post great things that are happening. It's called hashtag Fueling KS Kids. And here are just some of the beautiful fruits, vegetables, salads, baked goods that are being served across Kansas to Kansas students. But you're welcome to look there anytime and just see what's happening. So that's a little update on the highlights. Commissioner said to leave some time for questions. If any of you have any questions, I am happy to try to answer them.
I'm sure there are a few I'll give my colleagues. There we go. We'll start with Danny.
Okay, Danny.
Explain to me what this has to do with academic education.
Okay, if a child is hungry, they cannot hear the teacher over the rumblings of their tummy, and it's very well documented. There are all kinds of research studies, and I would be happy to share them with you, that show that like eating school breakfast increases math scores, decreases absenteeism, all
I
scientific.
don't mean to interrupt you.
Dan-
That's
Explain to
fine. You
me
can go ahead.
how
Danny, can you
it
please speak into the
changes-
mic?
How it
Danny.
has to do with kids not going to
Mr.
school.
Zek, can you please speak into the mic? They can't hear you
Oh, I'm
online.
sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry about that. You got to get used to
I
it.
think I understand. How does it affect? Well, when kids do eat healthy meals, they're less likely to miss days due to absenteeism from being sick. It's one way. And when you're fueled and your brain is fueled and ready to go, you truly do learn better. So, again, I have some great studies. I would just love to share those with you. I will do that, and I'll make a note. Thank you for your question, though.
Thank you. Dennis is next.
Hi, Dennis. Nice to meet you.
I love food. I'll say it up
Good.
front.
So
I'm
do
just-
I.
Yeah, is the food budget, that's one of the greater parts of the budget, right? The food, wellness, I mean, we're talking about maybe half the budget? I don't know.
In what,
I mean,
like in a school district?
Yeah, in a school district, the money that's allocated to food. And I'm concerned that, is there any way that you measure waste, that kids are not, if they're not happy with food, is there any way that you know what that cost is going out the back door?
Okay, so our programs are the only safety net federal program that you don't just give money to. You actually are only reimbursed for meals served. So that's what then goes into the budget in the school district. It's really repayment of whatever the costs were, number one. So it's a little different, so it's always good to explain that. As far as food waste, USDA, we're trying to do a lot with that. And we encourage folks, there's something called offer versus serve, which most of our schools do. So instead of serving everybody just a standard plate of the food, they can pick what they want. And you'll notice in most schools now, there are fruit and vegetable bars, and there are numerous choices. And so normally they can pick, and then they eat it if they can select it. I think you see more waste when they're just given something on a tray and they may not like it. So we encourage offer. We also encourage that, like the strategies on the back side of the house, not to overproduce, to be able to reuse and hold that food safely so it can go back and be used again if we do hold it safely, or else use share tables. So students who are really hungry, if someone doesn't want their orange or banana, if they put it on the share table, then they can take that, those kids that truly are hungry. And to me, that also helps prevent waste.
Pretty helpful. Because I know that, there's been studies lately just across general population that about a third of the food that's served is wasted. So I was just wondering if you had a program for that, and that's reasonable. I appreciate what you're doing there. The other thing is, how did you get to summer meals?
How do we get to summer meals?
How did that evolve?
Well, the summer food service program has been in place for many years now. And I don't know the exact date. Kelly or Karen, do you remember what the date was that it got enacted? The 80s, back in the 80s. And
The etiology was what created that need, or what?
because there were
Test with that.
so many children who didn't have healthy foods in the summer, and they came back to school and they weren't ready to learn. I mean, your nutritional health truly does impact your academic performance. I'm a registered dietitian. I truly believe that. We only provide information based on true science, not all the things you read on the internet. We look at that, and studies time and again show that if a kid is not adequately nourished, they can't learn as well.
Thank you.
That makes sense to me. Can I ask one more question? I mean, I'll give my time up. I just,
We've got two more, and we're running behind schedule.
Okay.
But it sounds like maybe you two have some things to talk about.
Yeah, I'm happy to visit with you if the commissioner agrees at another time, for sure.
Mr. McNeese.
Thank you very much. I don't really have a question for you, but more of a comment from experience. Having been an administrator through the 80s, 90s, and into the next century, and not too recently away, but as the food service programs developed, we saw a change in behavior and a change in academic progress, and more kids connected, and attendance especially. You know, and I can't overstate how important this program is to the operation of our schools today. I was a principal when schools did not provide meals the way they do, or certainly before school, but even during school. And the tension that was in the cafeteria as a result of that, had the haves and have-nots.
Right.
You know, and I don't see that today. You know, and for many students, we came to realize that this was the most foundational, nutritious food that they received in their day. And I can't tell you how many people, and I think we're doing it now, because we were doing it back in the 90s. When the summer came, it was just, you know, they didn't eat anymore. You know, and for people who are in the middle class, the people I hang out with, they don't understand this. They see it from their frame of reference, and they make decisions about what programs we do and don't do based on their experiences, but not the experiences of the poor, not experiences of those who are basically left out. You know, so this program has done a lot to develop relationships with the community, relationships with parents and students, and keep students engaged. And I feel if we were ever to back off of this, we would see a lot of negative issues arise. And not because it's threatening us with those, but we need to find new ways, and you're doing that right now, of building the program on the successes we've had. And I think that's very important. You know, a lot of districts have gone to just feeding everybody.
Yes, they have.
You know,
To
and
reduce that stigma.
and it's not that big a cost. You know, and I do want to say it's always been befuddling to me as just a consumer to see what kids are throwing away, and then I watch my kids at home what they throw away, and then I watch what I throw away. You know, and I've had people say, "Well, you're going to make them eat it. We're going to make you eat it." You know, and for sometimes the early part, how do we get them to do it, is they don't see these food products or opportunities or recipes in their home. And much of our tastes and palate is based on our experiences from home. No, mom didn't cook this, okay? But actually we're not doing a better job, we're doing a more nutritious job. And many of that nutrition means that we're leaving out sugar and salt and other things that don't really help you very much, but make the food taste a little better, you know? So fresh vegetables, for some kids, it's the first experience they have.
Yes,
You
fresh
know.
fruit and vegetable program is so important
Yes.
in our schools.
You know, and I was always shocked at that. You know, I'm a fruit and vegetable kind of guy, and you know, it just bewildered me. But the bigger issue I want to bring up right now is that we live in a different world than a lot of the kids that are benefiting from these nutritional programs, from these programs that we're running. And some of these don't make sense to us because we have information and we have values or a frame of reference that tells us, yeah, we just do this. That doesn't happen overnight just because you were there, except if you're in a family that does that. So we're reaching out to a lot of kids. And in today's world, I got to tell you too, I don't want to go, there are a lot of people who are in the middle class who don't eat well. And this is the only opportunity we had, like I said before, that kids have to see what is nutritious, you know.
Exactly. School
and try it.
meals are not just for the food. A school meal is a nutrition education lesson in itself on
Yes.
proper portion sizes and what a balanced meal is.
And I know that in 1957, when I was in grade school and we got jelly donuts and Long Johns, you know, and there's no chocolate milk around, that was probably much more widely accepted and pleasing. You know, carrots and celery and, you know, broccoli.
I don't know.
you
I
know,
think
I
kids
think
anymore
are
are
really good
liking
now,
fruits and
but, you know,
vegetables.
I'm just saying as a younger kid, they might not be as appealing, you know, but truly, your health is related to what you eat.
Absolutely.
And if no one tells you how to eat, and so many of these kids don't get that information, you'll never know. And this is an opportunity for them to see. So thank you for what you do, and thank you for the programs, and thanks for the administrators and all the people who make it work. Thank you.
We appreciate your support.
Got some more. Michelle?
I just want to make a comment that you said, and it's beneficial to me to hear it, as far as the reusing, like hands-on and reusing that, if they're not gonna, if they take it, we had a problem back when our son was in elementary, they were told to they had to take a fruit, they didn't have an option. Well, that fruit went right into the trash because this particular child, my son, does not eat certain fruits unless they're fresh or my mom, when she worked for the food school service for 30 years, she said locally they noticed that they would see what was dumped, you know, people would take what they had and then they would say, okay, we actually benefited from giving a full banana than a half of a banana that's brown by the time the child picks that. So they had less waste because the child was taking the entire banana instead of, and it could be like if they took it and then it can be reused because you haven't opened the banana. But I appreciated that because that's rather than forcing a child to take that piece of fruit, it's going right into the trash. So there was waste going on back when my kids were in elementary school because that was a policy that changed and they were forced to take a piece of fruit, whether they wanted it or not. We ended up switching and they take their lunch every day, but they you know, they liked certain things. But I appreciated that you mentioned that because there was for a while there a lot of waste going on where they were told to take a fruit and they took a fruit and then it went right into the trash can.
Right. The new meal pattern required a half cup fruit or vegetable to try to again teach that. But I think we've gotten better about how we approach that in school nutrition and more choices.
And
so
I would say that a
they
full
get
banana
something
would
they
be better.
like now.
Because
Yeah.
it's more appetizing and appealing than, you know, and then there's less waste.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm going to correct something that I said earlier when I said you two may have a little to talk about, and you mentioned it, but I'll call it out again since we have new board members. But yes, you can absolutely work that conversation through the commissioner, and he can get you some of those answers. Dennis, did you want to ask another question? I think we've got a minute.
Well, I just appreciate, I mean, it's a lot of hard work, you know, to get kids to eat right. So I appreciate what you're doing. And I would just, you know, when you find something that works, you know, that's big in a kid's mind when they have something that really is good and it's helping.
They like. Yeah.
And I agree with Jim. I appreciate what he said. And so.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
just
that.
keep working. Thank you.
We will. And we have great folks across the state that are doing amazing work in child nutrition.
You do, yes. Commissioner Watson.
Couple of things I think for all of you to know. You know, we talked a lot about game changers. Michelle, you're so right about some of those things. Giving kids choice at the salad bar and fruit bar was, I think, a game changer. 'Cause I go into schools now, I see kids, they load up on certain veggies and certain that they like, and then they stay away from the others. Just fantastic job there. And then as you get to know Cheryl and her team, there is no more bureaucratic. There is no more bureaucratic than the federal government food service program. And you go talk to school districts, in some way, these people on this team make schools like to do it, which is highly unusual because of their leadership and their work, where they explain it in ways that it's not, well, you know, here comes the federal government and you got to go do this. They do such a wonderful job. And while your complaints may be, oh, I didn't like the chili and the cinnamon roll. That will never be the complaint, right? In Kansas, you love the cinnamon roll and the chili. You make it a little bit. You're going to get so little complaints around food service compared to I can't get this teacher licensed, or this kid got disciplined, and you'll not think anything of it. That doesn't happen in other states. And it happens because the leadership of Cheryl and her team. I just want you to know that. And so we're just blessed of the work that you guys do every day, because this is not, you should see the thousands of pages of regulations and laws they have to go through to make sense of for directors of food service. Thank you.
But it's for the kids. Thank you, Commissioner. And I think that's the whole key with our team. They're all passionate about the kids and feeding the kids access and healthy habits for life. That's really what we're all about. Okay, I have some wonderful awards then. Would that be okay, Commissioner, or
Yep.
Madam Chair?
I was going to say the next speaker is you. So,
Yeah,
yes,
so can we
continue.
begin?
Thank you.
Okay. So the certificate, and we can leave this up. I didn't make slides. We have the people here, so we don't need slides for this. The certificate in child nutrition management is a state-recognized certificate sponsored by not only our team, but the Kansas State Board of Education, and you all started this for us in April of 2015. It was developed in response to some of those wonderful federal regulations that we got, called the USDA Professional Standards Rule, and it allows an alternate path to meet USDA hiring standards for school food service directors. So for people that have worked in food service forever, maybe don't have the degree, but they can take our classes and be able to be promoted to be a nutrition director. To receive a certificate, you have to have 120 hours of specific KSDE child nutrition and wellness management classes that we have developed specifically for Kansas child nutrition professionals. So with our Kansas rules and regs and all the things we have to do for the state, not just the federal level. Managing and leading a child nutrition program is truly a challenging job. You need a wide range of knowledge, skills, and abilities. And our goal with this certificate is to recognize the managers and directors who complete this rigorous professional development certificate so that they can increase their knowledge and they can lead their programs to excellence. That's our whole goal here. So today we're going to be awarding this certificate to 3 school nutrition professionals. And I want you to know that since 2015, there have only been 11 other child nutrition professionals that have achieved this. Truly is rigorous. And with COVID happening and being short-staffed, it is amazing that these 3 folks have accomplished this. So first I want to introduce you to Kimberly. And I practiced on her name. Come on up, Kim. Bularjan? Bularjan. There you go. I got it. Yes.
You got it.
Bularjan. I've known Kimberly for a while. When she first started to become a director. She is the food service director right now at USD 306 southeast of Saline. She worked 15 years in the restaurant industry. All those times at Red Lobster, I found out she really knows the front and the back of the house for restaurants. Really, really well. And it was her Evco salesman, was that it, who kind of recruited her to school food service, saying you would be great as a school food service director. And so she got the job at, was it Bennington, right, first? Twin Valley. And now she's at southeast of Saline, doing a great job. Her favorite part of being a school nutrition director is to be able to be out with the students and teaching when her time allows. But she too has been short-staffed, and it's a good thing she had all that restaurant experience and can work all sides of the house, because I think she's been doing a little of everything the last couple of years. She likes to try new recipes and new products, so your comments about how important that is to keep getting what the people like, it really is important. She believes in continuous learning, and she decided to work toward achieving this certificate for self-improvement and to just keep getting better. She told me it makes her staff proud, and it helps them want to excel and do their best for the students. She has one daughter who just graduated from Fort Hays State with a degree in business finance and already has a job in Dallas at JP Morgan. So I think a job. I know, that's what I told her. Isn't that exciting? Yeah, before she graduated. It's pretty exciting. She likes to read, but I think she's going to be making trips to Dallas in the near future. I have this feeling, to visit her daughter too. Her next goal is to achieve this SNS, which is the School Nutrition Specialist credential through the School Nutrition Association, so she's not stopping here. So congratulations, Kim. And if Karen and Kelly want to come up, we'll take pictures in a minute, but we'll have them both congratulate you too. Yeah. We'll do pictures in just a minute then, okay? Okay, we have another Kimberly, if you can believe it, 2 Kimberlys. This is Kimberly Chambers, and I can pronounce her name. Want to come up, Kimberly, and Karen and Kelly, if you want to come on up and be ready then. Kimberly was the food service director at USD 211 Norton Community School, so she's come a long way today. But you all know she retired on September 6th of 2022. Can you believe that? We lost her, which is really sad. She worked at Norton for 16 years. You started as a library aide, right? And then you were the kids coordinator, and then she became food service director. Her favorite job is, guess what? Working with the students. And she really liked to make changes to the menu and develop new recipes to feature things they like. So those of you that talk about, we really have some dedicated food service directors who really do try to do that often. I really appreciate that that was her favorite part of her job. She decided to work toward achieving this certificate because she wanted the information to be better and to help her kids at her school. So I think that's really noble for sure. She wanted to do everything she could to put together a great program for the Norton School District. She is married to her husband Curtis, who is here, right there, and she has one son, Christopher, who lives in Lawrence. I'm a big K-State fan. He went to KU, but we don't hold it against him. He didn't wear red and blue today. You notice his mother kind of has purple on, which is good. In her spare time, she likes to read, work in the yard, garden, and be on their farm. She just loves the outdoors. And her retirement trip was to the state of Michigan. She likes national and state parks. I'm hoping she'll come out of retirement and help still in child nutrition programs. I haven't told her that yet, but I'm hoping that's what she decides. So congratulations, Kim. Take a picture here in just a minute. Our last award recipient, certificate, is Tara Daniels, and she is the food service director at USD 506 Labette County. So Tara, you want to come on up? Her husband's here too. She's been back there kind of in the corner for a while. She came early. Tara, you come on up, don't be shy. This is Tara's 10th year in school nutrition, and I said, you know what, did you do something before that? Well, she started in school nutrition at the age of 18. She has been in school nutrition. This is her career. She was 5 years at Cherryvale and 5 years at Labette County. She started as a substitute cook, worked her way up to high school preparing fruits and vegetables, and then she had the opportunity to work in the school district where her children were, and as the head cook, and then she has now worked her way up to be the food service director for the last 2 years. So very impressive the way she has excelled. Her favorite part of the job is, guess what? Being around the students and serving them healthy, good meals and seeing them be excited about the food. I love that, being excited about the food. She has been working on obtaining this certificate for several years, and it's been her goal as a director to do that. She told me she could never have completed all the training without the encouragement of some mentors. Judy Neely, who is a retired child nutrition consultant from Southeast Kansas on our team, and another Southeast Kansas food service director, Gabby Ekret, which also, she's a great mentor for our food service directors down there. She is married to her husband, Wade, and he's back here. a big fan and supporter. She has 2 children, Trevor, 14, and Canbry, right, who is 11. And you can find her when she's not at work at basketball practice because that's the main sport of her kids. So congratulations. We are just thrilled. Tara just does amazing work in her school district. So Madam Chair, I know these folks would love some pictures, if that could happen.
We can definitely do some pictures. Yeah.
Thank you all
Board
very
members,
much.
Come on around.
Okay, so if y'all want to come up, do we want to do like with the chair or? Okay, Ann, you tell us.
We're going to act on ESER 2 change requests and ESER 3 expenditure plans for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds. And joining us today, welcome Doug Boleen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Here today to talk about our ESSER plans. Do I need to wait on, is everybody here? Oh, Randy. So the first thing we have is our ESSER 2 change requests. We only have one of those this month. And as you look at it, it makes their total plan worth $500,000, but it's actually only about $100,000 net change. And that's from Rose Hill. They're going to use up the rest of their allocation for premium pay and salaries. And like I said, it makes their total plan $500,000, but this is only $128,000 change. So when we look at our total amount of funds, it really has no impact on how much money we've got left and how much has been used. Still leaves us setting at 76% approximately for the teaching and learning piece.
I don't see any questions. Board members? Dina?
Just to renew my knowledge, I guess, when does ESSER 2 have to all be used? Or I assume we send back the remainder.
Right. All of the ESSER 2 funds need to be encumbered by September 30th of 2023. So this year they've got about 8 months left to encumber them, and then to actually expend them, they have until December and, well, December of 23.
Okay, it's kind of what I thought I remembered, but thank you.
Yep.
Apologies. Do I have a motion? Anyone like to make a motion?
As long as you make it for me.
Want me to read it for you?
Yes.
We've been doing this one at a time because that's the way the information comes from the task force. So for the last several months, we've been doing the two separately. It's okay.
Dennis?
I'm just being new here. There's a formula you use, correct? That this money is distributed in the needs?
Yeah, it's based on the Title I formula is how the money was distributed to the districts. The amount of money they get is based on the Title I formula.
Okay.
And Dennis, the Title I formula is it's a poverty, the more poverty you have, the more money then gets distributed. So, and that's based on free and reduced lunch or Medicaid eligibility, however we do that. So Title I's are funds that go for reading and math generally to help. But the formula that the feds did both during the Trump administration and the Biden administration, because we have three different funds, use the Title I formula to make that distribution.
Okay. That's what I just need a little clarification. Thank you.
Jim McNeese?
Not to belabor this, but how are we going to know this is successful? Or we did any good, or it was worth $1?
I think it's going to take a few years to figure out what the impact was. We know what the districts are saying that they're spending the money on. They're improving curriculum. They're upping their game as far as providing services to students. So I think in the next 2 to 5 years, maybe hopefully we're going to see the impact of that.
Is this a hopefully, or we are going to require them to provide some feedback on the success or not of their programs?
Through our monitoring process, we're going to be looking at the things that have been implemented. We also, as part of our federal, we are identifying schools, districts, buildings that are not performing up to capacity, and we're looking at what are the things that need to be put in place for them to be successful. So, yes.
It'd be nice to find out if the money made a difference. Thank you.
Jim Porter?
You ready for a motion?
Yes, sir.
I move the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school district's ESSER 2 change request as presented, the use of the federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Have a second? Jim McNeese? Those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed? 1. Abstain? 1. So 7, 1, 1.
Okay. Moving on to ESSER 3, we still had one district left that was conditionally approved a year ago. That's Lewisburg, and we finally got them across the finish line, so we are ready to release their funds. They have fulfilled all the requirements as necessary in their application. So then for today's slate, we have 11 districts that have submitted new ESSER 3 plans, and then 7 districts that are submitting changes to their original ESSER 3 plan. Where we sit now, the task force and the state board have approved 187 plans. We've got 11 new plans today. We have 87 plans currently under review. We had set a deadline of December 16th to get everybody's first ESSER 3 plan in, so that because this money is going to expire in '24, so we want districts to be thinking about how they're going to be spending that and start making those plans now and not wait until the last minute. So after we put that deadline in place, we got all but one plan in, and by the end of next week, we should have it. So with the help of the task force and our team reaching out to districts, we got all of those submitted. Just kind of the demographics of the districts that are in today's batch. You'll notice that it's 9 of the 11 are high poverty districts. We're also, most of our big districts are done or have had their plans approved, so now we're usually going to be looking at smaller districts as we go through this. Looking at it, the districts had $16.9 million at their disposal. Their plans represent $15.5 million. We do have a couple of items that we deemed ineligible that I'll get to in just a minute. As you look at the ranges, the per district amounts, Victoria is the low end there, and then Hayes is the high end at $4.4 million. The per pupil piece, Victoria is also at the bottom of that one, $432, and the high is Northeast at $3,000. As we look at the expenditures for this group, about 69% of those go towards those teaching and learning pieces. We do have a couple of items that we deemed ineligible. Both of these are from Nickerson. They both support the same item. It's to begin an esports team for after school. The first item is the technology, gameware, et cetera, that goes with starting the program. And then the second one is the furniture that goes along with having this type of a team. Extracurricular activities are not allowable sport. So we deemed these two ineligible. As we look at our totals then, for everything, if all of these are approved, that'll use up we'll use up $601 million. We've got $15.5 million on top of that, so $616 million, sitting at 82% at this point for the cumulative for the teaching and learning, and those are the gold bars on the graph, is what those represent. The items that we consider to be focused on students and teaching.
Any questions from board members? Oh, Ann.
Thank you. And I know, several of you are new, but this money means a lot to these little districts. This isn't playing around. This is trying to help kids recover learning loss from COVID. And as you said, 76% overall is going to that. Particularly some of the smaller schools are using the other money because it's allowable to replace outdated HVAC systems, air systems, and things that they really need to do to make improvements. We're talking here about Mays, Nickerson, Royal Valley, Riverton, Russell County, Victoria, Central, Dighton, Labette, and Baxter Springs, who are asking us to keep them in mind today as they struggle with what they went through with COVID. So appreciate all the work you guys do on this and the update.
Thank you.
Dennis?
Yeah, I just have a fundamental question. If this money wasn't available, how would those problems be fixed? I mean, how would they be funded? Because the federal money is going to go away. What's the plan for the future when these things happen?
So it's temporary money, as you said. So what I know that we constantly emphasize to them, use this as in temporary solutions, Dennis. So in some cases, like Ann mentioned, HVAC, you could get something installed and then you have it when the money's out because it's there. In terms of learning loss, these guys say all the time, if you're gonna hire staff or put in programs, not curriculum that you might buy, make sure that you're helping out, but you know that funding's not gonna be there forever. So it's constantly stressed. This is one-time injection of money trying to either help with the learning loss or the physical plant that may not have healthy air.
My concern is that districts that, you know, as federal money, and that's, I think this is the tug and pull. You know, when federal money is offered, then people, it's just human nature to become, I use the word drunk, you know, on having extra money. So when it's not there, that just always is a budgeting issue. I mean, we have to, you know, have to think about what's going to happen down the road, 7, 8, 10 years. If we have an economic, let's say we have an economic, you know, downturn, which, you know, we've had inflation now. If we go into recession, there could really be some tight budgets or things that really, you know, suffer in the future. And I'm being new at this. I'm just trying to figure out how this will work out in the future when.
So one of the things that we talk about this money being used for is that you come out of the pandemic stronger than you went into it. So what are the things that you can put into place now in the next until December of 2024 when you have to have all of the money spent? What are the things that you can put in place to make you better than you were 4 years ago in 2020 when the pandemic hit? And so those are the kinds of things we look at. A lot of them are looking at how do we improve our curriculum. The pandemic really shone a light on some of our weaknesses. Maybe it's our curriculum. We found out that our ELA or our math curriculum or social studies, whatever it might be, wasn't as strong as we thought it was. It didn't adapt to remote work. It wasn't friendly to technology. We didn't even have a curriculum was what we found out. And so a lot of, I won't say a lot, but there's money being spent on those types of things. There's staff that are able to continue to be employed because they may have had dwindling numbers or enrollments going down, but they're able to keep these teachers on board to address that learning loss, to continue to provide those small class sizes that they've been able to enjoy over the last few years. Yes, at the end of 24, they're going to have to make some decisions. How do we keep those staff employed, or can we? And so those are all considerations that the districts have to take into account.
Well, some of this comes from what Jim said, you know, about accountability, and I see that as really important. As go ahead, we don't just, you know, make a lot of hay during, you know, when there's excess. So, and not have, you know, plan for the future when, I'm all about the classroom, you know, majority, I like the.
I think that's part of the intent of the task force itself, and our team is to provide the best advice we can to the districts on what's the best way to spend this money. And as we read through these plans, that's what we're looking for. What's the fluff? What are the things that really aren't going to have an impact? What are the things that will? And so we're continually looking at that as we go through the plans.
I'm going to put Jim Porter on the spot here and ask him to briefly speak to the task force piece for our new folks, just because they may not be familiar with that process, who's on it, that you can watch those videos on YouTube.
Yes, the requirement, the task force we have is not a requirement. It's not a federal requirement. It's a thing that we put together for the purpose of making sure that the money was spent exactly the way it's supposed to be. And we have complaints all the time from people that especially live in border areas. Well, in this state, we just can spend the money. You know, there is not a vetting process. And so we have about a 17 or 18 member task force that is, again, not part of the federal requirement, but something that was put together by this department for the purpose of vetting every application. And we sometimes have spirited discussion about some of those things. And so the purpose is, yes, the people that are filling out the applications and the school districts are well aware of the fact that this is not going, that this goes away. And I think they're being very responsible about spending that money on things that have an impact now instead of something that they're going to depend on in the future. And a great deal of this money goes directly to teachers through premium pay or things like that to help compensate them for the extra things that they had to do during the pandemic. So this is helping. I think it's helping retain people in the profession. It's helping take care of some structural problems like HVAC and things like that. That's helping increase training. It's a great deal of it goes to things like summer school and after-school programs that are helping kids that got behind during the pandemic to gain some of that time back. So I don't think that none of this is wasted, and I think it's directly related to the purpose, and the purpose is to help school districts recover from the pandemic, and the vetting process that we go through is pretty rigorous, and it is unique to Kansas. Have I been relatively accurate?
The only requirement from the feds is that districts have to submit a plan. What happens to it after that, who knows? So it's reviewed at least twice by our team before it goes to the task force, before it comes to you all. So it goes through 4 different layers, basically, of review before we say, yeah, go ahead.
And so I've been reminded that we have a vacancy on the ESSER task force with Janet's departure. And so as you're filling out your forms, which I would love to have by the end of the day, please, for your committee selections, if you're interested in being on the ESSER task force, please just write it in space at the bottom, because I don't think it's on there, so we can consider you for that.
It's really a fun group.
Fun group. It really is. I enjoy watching the YouTube conversations.
Well, you can be there.
Virtually, I can, yes. Michelle.
Thank you, Chairwoman Melanie Haas. So yeah, the question that leads into 26B this afternoon, it looks like there's a public service executive that would be funded by ESSER money. So that was my concern, is that Dennis brought up the same concern I have, is starting something December 11th, 2022, how will that be funded in the future, I guess is what I'm trying to.
Yeah.
So when the ESSER money's gone,
So's the position.
The position just disappeared.
That's correct. So it's like any other grant, or, Cheryl talked about the grants that they have. Anytime we have temporary money, the people that are hired know they're being hired only for the duration of that period of time of that program. So I say that, Michelle, if that person was a great employee and we had other positions in the agency they could transition to, we'd certainly look at that. But the position itself will disappear at the end of '24.
Thank you.
Ann.
No, I think Jim covered most of what I had to say, and I know people have concerns for one reason or the other about federal funding, but this impacts kids' lives, so I ask you not to make a statement vote. Let's vote to support these kids. So do you need a motion?
Yes, please.
Get this one back right. Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school district for ESSER 3 expenditure plans as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
And a second, Jim McNeese. All in favor? Raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 1. Abstain? 3. Okay, motion fails. We have to have 6 votes to.
So if we don't get 6 votes on this, the money will go back to the federal government eventually, and these districts will not receive that money. Well, I'm just saying, that's the effect. So, I mean, if that's, so, that'd be true of Spark Money over across the street, but we can't distribute the money until you approve the distribution of the money. So the districts that came before you today would not, or will not receive this money.
It's over.
We'll call.
Can it be resubmitted next time?
Yes.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll notify. We'll notify.
Okay,
Thank you, Doug.
thank you.
All right, we're running a little bit behind. Next, we're going to act on the Accreditation Review Council's recommendations for KISA. Welcome, Jay Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, State Board, Dr. Watson, good afternoon. I appreciate the time to come before you. My purpose today is very simple, is to present to you all the most recent ARC recommendations, our Accreditation Review Council. They make recommendations to the State Board. The State Board votes on the accreditation ratings provided by the ARC. So that's my purpose. But before I jump into that, knowing that we have some, first of all, welcome to our new board members. While we have some new board members, I think it might be appropriate time to spend a little bit more time to talk about what is KISA, the Kansas Educational Systems Accreditation Model, and an overview of it from its beginning to currently. So if you don't mind, I'll take a few minutes to go through that, a little bit more than normal. So one of the things that we have to explain first off is the acronym itself. Kansas Education Systems Accreditation, that systems is an important piece. This began in 1718, the 1718 school year was the first year of KISA. It is a systems accreditation as opposed to a building accreditation. So that's important to denote as we bring recommendations from the ARC to the State Board. Realize if it's Wichita, it's the whole system in Wichita. It's not per building. That's an important piece of systems accreditation. It's a 5-year cycle, which means basically the regs say that within a 5-year period, at least one time, a system must receive an accreditation rating from the State Board. Now, it also leaves a lot of authority and discretion to the board in terms of when a system comes before the board for an accreditation rating. Typically, it's year 5. It's the end of their cycle. It could be any time and as many times as you'd like within that 5-year cycle, but it has to be at least once in that 5-year cycle. Systems were able to choose the year in which they would begin their cycle. So that set us up to be in the situation we are in now. So very few systems in that first year of KISA said, we're in year 5, we want to go through the process this year. Very few said that. We had the majority of the state, almost half, say we are in year 1. We're starting in year 1. So what that means is we have 183 systems in the state that have completed the first cycle of KISA to this point. As of basically this summer, we finished up with 183 systems. This year, coming before the board are 179 systems. So there's a lot of work to be done this year through the ARC, through the review process, coming before the board. We have nearly half of our systems coming through the board this year to complete their first cycle of KISA. We have 362 systems in KISA. I know that may sound a little funky because of we all know the public systems. A lot of people know there's 287 public systems. The private systems, so for instance, the Wichita Archdiocese is a private system that chooses to go through the accreditation process, right? If you're a private system, you have the choice. You have the choice. So the Wichita Archdiocese chose to be one system. So all of the parishes, all of the schools in the Wichita Archdiocese are one system. Kansas City Archdiocese is different. They wanted each of their buildings to be a system. So that's why we have an inordinate number of private systems listed. Every single one of the buildings in the Kansas City Archdiocese is its own private system. I just wanted to be clear on that in terms of the numbers. So these are the responsibilities of the major groups that enact and work through this process of KISA. The system itself, a lot of people call them districts, we call them systems. They are charged with documenting their process and accounting for the results, the improvement in student performance. The outside visitation team is an external collaborator with that system, and they actually make a report to the ARC in terms of this system's, their process, their results. So, and I'll show you kind of how the process works, but the outside visitation team is usually members of other districts, other schools that serve on an OVT for a system. So for example, Topeka USD 501 would have an OVT made up of people maybe, and this is just hypothetically, from Seaman, from Washburn Rural, different systems. The Accreditation Review Council, the ARC, they actually take the system and the OVT reports. So in the accreditation year, the system will submit their report to the ARC, the OVT will submit their report to the ARC, and then the ARC takes that, reviews it, and makes a recommendation to you all. The State Board of Education makes that final determination of an accreditation rating for each system. And I did leave off one group that's very important. It's our Accreditation Advisory Council. They are a true advisory group. Ann Moss serves on that for us, so we're very appreciative of that group. They are instrumental in building this out and improving KISA as we go. So the current accreditation process as it stands now, again, is a 5-year growth process. Its aim is to improve state board outcomes, improve outcomes for students. Through this process, in years 1 through 4, typically how it works is each year there's a visit from the outside visitation team. They meet with the system once a year, each year, years 1 through 4. You can see the OVT consists of 3 people, a chair, and then 2 additional members. Then each year, the system and the OVT chair writes a report and submits that in our authenticated application. In year 5, which is what we call the accreditation year, the ARC reviews all that documentation. They make a recommendation to the full ARC. So we have teams amongst the ARC that there's a lead for each system. They get in groups of 3, right? And they talk through what they've reviewed and come to a consensus, and then they bring that to the full ARC, and the full ARC votes. Whatever the full ARC votes, we then bring that to the State Board of Education. The ARC will write an executive summary. Some of you would have seen those that were receive systems last month. They write an executive summary and they make that recommendation for accreditation status. So here are the definitions of accreditation. So accredited, fully accredited, means that the system has shown conclusive evidence that they have a continuous improvement process in place and that they are showing growth in student performance, improvement in student performance. Those two are kind of coupled together, process and results. Then there's also a third determination in accreditation, it's compliance. Are you compliant with the areas that are in law? Are you compliant with those? So there's actually 3 parts of accreditation: process, results, and are you in compliance in good standing with the State Board of Education? To be accredited, you have to show conclusive evidence of both process and results, and you must be in compliance to be fully accredited. Conditionally accredited, you still need to be in compliance. You still have to be in compliance with all the things that are set forth for systems to comply to. Conditionally accredited means there's insufficient evidence of either the process that you followed or improvement in student performance. That could be a conditionally accredited status. Not accredited by itself, if you're not in compliance, justifies not accredited. By itself, not in compliance. Or you have insufficient evidence of both a process and improvement in student performance. So those are our fundamental definitions in an easy way to explain Those are our fundamental definitions for the different accreditation ratings that you all assign to systems. So those three areas that I just talked about, the ARC starts their review with these documents behind these links. So I won't take the time now to go through those in the interest of time, but in terms of improvement in student performance, they look at the accountability report. They also look at the data that the system provides in their reports. The process side, we lay that out on our website, resources. We lay out the process and resources for systems and tools to use. And then the compliance piece, it actually lists all the compliance areas in terms of their impact or the part that relate to accreditation. Not every compliance area that KSD monitors is part of the accreditation look, right? So there are 16 different compliance areas that relate to a system's accreditation status. So at the December board meeting, there were 3 systems that were receive items for the board. These systems, now this is year 6 of KISA. So to explain that, in 2020, 2021, systems were given the option to pause because of the effects of COVID. So these systems, all these systems that you're looking at this year, took that pause. They paused for that year. So this is actually year 6 for them, but they paused in 2021. So these 3 systems will receive items last month, and they are slated for action items or as action items this month. We have USD 308 Hutchinson, fully accredited. These are the ARC recommendations. We have USD 343 Perry-Lecompton, full accredited, and USD 463 Udall, fully accredited.
Thank you. So as Jay mentioned, you had these in your packet and you've had them for a while. Does anyone have any questions? Or a motion would be in order. Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to Perry-Lecompton, Hutchinson, and Udall.
Have a second? Dina. Those in favor, raise your hands.
Do you have discussion?
Oh, apologies. Discussion? I'll leave it open for a minute. I know that there was shuffling of papers. Another chance for questions or comments. Michelle?
Thank you, Chairman Millie. Dr. Watson, what was the email that you sent to me on Monday, the list of the people on that team? Do we have that list? Is that the most current list of the people that are on that team?
Yes, and some of those people, as I mentioned to you, go off at the end of this year
They
because
do.
they're not in that position anymore.
Can we get that updated list as soon as that becomes available, or do you know now who they
The
are?
updated list you have,
Oh,
but I mentioned to you, I sent it to you.
you did, on Monday.
And I sent it, and some of those people, because they retired or they're vacating that position, they will not be on there as we get in after this school year.
After this year.
And then at that point, there'll be an updated list.
Okay.
Chance for you to nominate some people by position and location.
Great, thank you, thank you.
Jay, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'll just ask directly. If this doesn't pass, what does that mean for KISA and these schools?
It's a good question. It's a good
Commissioner?
question.
It means that you either have to accredit these, you have to conditionally accredit these, or you have to not accredit these. That is the role of the state board. So if they're not, if the vote is not to accredit, you're going to need to take some vote at some point, either accredit, conditionally accredit, or not accredit these 3 systems.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Ready to vote? Those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unanimous.
Thank you. So these are the systems, you're going to get really used to seeing these slides with many systems listed. So These are, during the December ARC meeting, these were the systems that came before the ARC that they voted on. And so you should have all the executive summaries for each of these districts to review. So USD 250 Pittsburgh, USD 270 Plainville, USD 460 Heston, USD 475 Geary County, USD 507 Satana, and then the School for the Blind. All are being recommended for full accreditation by the ARC.
Because you serve as the home school, if you would, or the local board for the School for the Blind, you kind of have two actions there. You're serving as their local board, and you're also serving as the state board and determining that. So you've got a dual role for that one that you don't have other than the School for the Deaf or any other school in Kansas.
So that's all that I have. Appreciate the time.
And the commissioner has.
Some of us need a
Sorry.
break.
We're a little
Really
behind.
quickly
you
though,
do.
before my
But
manners,
just a moment.
my team is here. I'm sorry. I want to introduce Sarah Perryman, our manager. Oh, sorry, Danny. We'll introduce you later. And Myron Melton, our assistant director. I should have introduced them at the beginning, forgot. So this is my team. They're a great team. Thank you.
Thank you. We have some unfortunate news I need to share with you. Governor Kelly's tested positive for COVID. And so I say that for those of you that either were at the ball or at the inaugural. You may or may not want to be tested. You may or may not care. I want you to know. We actually have a service here that would test you right now, and we're prepared to do that. And then that gets sent to a courier, and you'll know tomorrow morning. It's free of no charge to you. I just want you to know we afford that to you right now. The courier will pick it up at 4:30. So we wanted to let you know at break in case you wanted to be tested. You don't have to be. I just wanted you to know, and it is public information. I'm not sharing anything that was private. So, okay.
Does that affect the state?
Thank you, Commissioner. And a
Oh,
follow-up.
I'm sorry. It does affect the state of the state. So that has been postponed until the 24th, and Barbara will send out reminders to you of that day. So it is not this Wednesday.
And Jay, I've got one more for you.
Madam Chair, I wanted to point out on the agenda that the first item 20 is an action item that was voted on, and it's in parentheses before the number, it says AI, so that's not artificial intelligence, that's action item. And the number 21 is receive item. So you reported on the recommendations, and then that would come to a vote as an action item then the following month.
Right.
And maybe if there are concerns, maybe, or anything comes up, rather than waiting until it's an action item, what would you advise the board about how to raise questions to the commissioner or receive specific information so that it's not a foregone conclusion it would be approved, but if those recommendations are presented to the board today, in order to avoid problems coming up at a board meeting when action item is expected, can you coach the board through how we might get information out if there are questions?
Yeah, great question. Thank you, Mark, for that clarification. So as you review these systems that were received systems today, if you have questions, go through Randy and then contact us. He can connect you to us. We had that happen several times in the spring. We really appreciated board members that were proactive about it. As soon as they saw something that in their mind might be a red flag, or I have a question about this, contact Dr. Watson, and then we can be connected to you and we can talk you through that. Thanks for that.
Thank you. And Jim, I have you on my screen as well. Did you have a follow-up? You're good? Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, back at 3:40. All right, welcome back. Mr. Gordon, if you'll bear with me for just a moment, Kathy's got her hand raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am honestly looking at the action on the ESSER 3 funds, and my abstention was not to say no, and I need to make that clear. I was voting my own conscience and not understanding and knowing enough about the program, and especially the ESSER 3 funds. So the shock of the outcome left me speechless. So I am asking if there is any possibility of a new vote, because I am not okay with the outcome of that vote. So I am asking if there's any possibility of, I guess I would call it grace in the moment, for a new board member to ask for a revote, or to change my vote, whichever works.
Okay. My understanding is that we cannot vote again, but Mark, I will defer to you as our board attorney.
Well, a couple things. First up, an abstention is a no vote, because when you're counting votes, only the positive votes to approve a motion would be would be voted in favor of the action. And so sometimes people abstain, sometimes members abstain because they either view it as they recuse themselves, similar to that where you kind of step away, or that you don't have a position. But just in terms of counting the vote, an abstention it doesn't count as a no vote, but it's not a positive vote on the positive side, so essentially it's a no vote. And so just clarification on that.
Appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah, and that there's commonly a vote in favor, a vote against, and abstention, but as a practical matter, the abstention is a no vote. It could be brought back, but I would just point out, based on Robert's Rules of Order, a motion to reconsider is limited and must be brought by the winning side of the argument. So you have to look to who voted in favor, who voted
Well,
in favor of the motion.
She would be on the prevailing side.
She'd be on the prevailing side. So that is fine, because the rationale is that if you didn't require the winning side to bring the motion, then that could bring an agenda to its heels, because every member of the losing side could just ask for a reconsideration of the vote and bring the same matter up over and over. So if you're a member who voted on the winning side, the motion to reconsider can be made by one of those that were on the winning side of that motion. So you can. And I indicated that as a matter of practice, it could be brought up today. We mentioned that it could be brought up at the next board meeting, or it could simply not lay on the table, but it could just be added to the agenda informally as you develop the agenda based on the additional information that's learned between now and next board meeting. So with that rambling, I guess the official answer is that if you were on the winning side of the motion, you could make a motion to reconsider and explain your rationale.
Yes, Ann.
Having done this many times, well, not many times, sometimes, it would sound something like, having voted on the prevailing side, I would ask the board to reconsider the vote on ESSER 3 funds.
If you so choose.
Or one of the people on the winning side.
Having been on the prevailing side of the motion on the ESSER 3 funds, I will make a motion to reconsider and have a revote. Did it go well? Does that work?
Is there a second?
Didn't she abstain? She did
Oh,
abstain. So
hold,
she's-
hold, please.
It was, the winning side was the you need a second from what is considered the prevailing side of the motion, because the motion did not pass.
So the second would have to come from Michelle or Dennis. Okay, Michelle, that's a second? Okay. So now we can revote.
You're voting on the motion to reconsider, whether you reconsider that.
So we're voting on the motion to reconsider a revote.
Correct. And then you put the motion back, then you put the motion.
Then we can put the motion back up.
But I think we have to vote to reconsider.
Correct, so that's what we're voting on. Is everyone on the same page? We're voting to reconsider.
Motion to reconsider, we're voting on.
Okay, those in favor? 4, 5, 6, 7, opposed? Danny, abstain? Abstain, Dennis, okay. So we will vote again.
So that, just probably need to make it clear, to verbalize what the
Yes,
vote is.
let's go.
So the motion to
another motion.
reconsider was approved, 7-1-1 was the vote. And now, probably, we could go straight back to the
Want me to repeat the
language
motion?
of the motion that came before the board previously.
Okay. You want me to reread the motion?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER distribution of money and approve the public school district for ESSER 3 expenditure plans as presented for use of federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second? Dina, those in favor, raise your hand. Oh, discussion, apologies. Further discussion? From any of you? No? Ready to vote? Okay, in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? 1. Abstain? 2. Did you get that, Barbara? Okay, motion passes.
Read the vote, the totals, just so that, because they don't hear necessarily what you say. If it's 7, you said motion passes, 7-1, 2.
Yeah, 7-1-2 was the vote. Motion passes. Sorry, 6-1-2.
I gave it wrong, 6-1-2.
Apologies. Okay. Doing all the new things today. All right. I have to find my way back to where we are. PPC, and Scott Gordon, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon again. We have with us Dr. Holt, who serves as the chair of the Professional Practices Commission. Before she speaks to you about the recommendations of the PPC, Madam Chair, if I may briefly explain what the role of the Professional Practices Commission is so that everyone understands is on the same page.
Great idea.
There is a statutorily created entity referred to as the Professional Practices Commission that is charged with investigating and prosecuting allegations of professional misconduct of educators in the state of Kansas. My office is charged on behalf of the Department of Education to pursue any complaints that may be raised by the department. The process, in a nutshell, is anyone that's licensed in the state of Kansas may bring a complaint. Generally speaking, those are brought by my office on behalf of the department. That complaint is then heard by the Professional Practices Commission by way of evidentiary hearings for anyone that asks for a hearing. So we file a complaint by way of giving it to the Secretary of the PPC, which is Marissa. I know many of you all have met her outside. That is then mailed to the licensee or the applicant to the last known address. They have the opportunity to file an answer, which generally is to deny the allegations or agree to the allegations in the complaint, and they have the opportunity to ask for a hearing. If they ask for a hearing, then the PPC convenes in this room and conducts a full evidentiary hearing where I have the opportunity to present evidence. They have the opportunity to present evidence. And the Professional Practices Commission, which is made up of teachers and administrators across the state, they make recommendations. They essentially act as the jury. They make recommendations that come to you as the state board for you to, I use the phrase, you get to bang the gavel. You make the ultimate decision. You do not have to follow the recommendations of the Professional Practices Commission. It is, again, your discretion. Dr. Holt, as chair of the PPC, appears by Zoom to explain the initial orders, explaining why they reached the conclusions that they've reached and why they made their recommendations. And she can answer questions that you may have about the decision-making process. Why did the PPC make this recommendation versus this recommendation? Should that be necessary? The 4 cases that you have before you, all 4 of them were default cases, which means the complaint was mailed to their last known addresses, and no answer and no request for a hearing was received by the department in time. There's a statutory or regulatory set time. And so essentially the PPC still has a hearing without them being present. By default generally means the person loses, and then whatever the complaint asks for is what occurs. Doesn't have to, but generally that's what happens. And with that, I guess the last thing that I'll share with you, the initial orders, the copies that you have in your board materials, it was a request years ago from board members that we not name the applicants or the licensees during the board meetings unless we absolutely must. These documents are public records. If someone were to ask for a copy of an initial order, they would receive it without names redacted. But for our purposes, for the state board, I try to redact it. Sometimes I miss it, but I redact the names as best possible just for discussion purposes. With that, I would turn it over to Dr. Holt if any of you have any questions on any of the PPC matters. Or if you have questions for me briefly, I can answer those. Whatever's at the pleasure of the board.
I don't see any questions. Oh, I was going to ask Dr. Holt to give a brief summary of, sorry, I heard someone speak. I'm not sure who it was. Oh, it was, sorry, Dr. Holt, go ahead. I saw you muted. I didn't think it was you. We've got
Sorry.
audio things
We're having
happening.
technical difficulties today, so I'm connecting audio with one device and video with another. And also, we have terrible timing today, as luck would have it. My school announcements are going to start soon, and I have no way of muting those.
Excellent.
So these are pretty easy cases. Sometimes when I join you, they were really hard cases, and I have to walk you through kind of what our line of thinking was before you vote. On these, they're pretty cut and dry. I defer to the written summary, and then address any questions, and I can kind of mute and unmute with any questions. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you. Board members, are there any questions? You have the summary in your packet. Is there a motion? Anne?
Thank you. This is 22A, right?
This is 22A.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education adopt the findings of fact and conclusions of law reached by the Professional Practices Commission and deny the applications in 22 PPC 20, 22 PPC 22, and 22 PPC 24.
Is there a second? Jim McNeese. Any further discussion or questions? Does everyone understand what we're voting on? Okay. Those in favor, raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you. Then 22B. Sorry. Great. Feel free.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education suspend the license 22 PPC 25 for the remainder of the current contract term that ends May the 12th, 2023.
Is there a second? Dina? Those in favor? Or, sorry, any further questions or comment? Okay, those in favor, raise your hand. And unanimous. Both motions pass.
Thank you all very much. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Holt. See you
Thank
next
you.
weekend.
Have a good afternoon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. And next up, we will act.
I was just going to mention, we used to have the chair actually drive in, and we've gone to Zoom, as you can see, so they don't have to miss their half day of school or work in order to do it.
I've gotten used to Dr. Holt as only a small box on the screen, so. All right. And next up, we will act on the Interstate Teaching Mobility Compact. Mr. Gordon, you're spending your whole day here.
I promise I normally don't spend this much time in front of you during the board meetings. And, okay, good. Shayna is here too. And that is not an accident. So I know most of you were here last month. We won't repeat everything that we talked about. So again, I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of this. there is an Interstate Teaching Mobility Compact, which I was invited a year ago to help with the writing and the editing of it. So I was given authority from Commissioner Watson to participate and essentially represent you and the department. At no time did I ever promise that Kansas was going to sign the compact. I was there simply to protect state education agencies and imagine what their concerns were. It is an occupational licensure compact. There are several other professions that are listed there that have similar compacts. Most, if not all of those, have also been adopted in the state of Kansas. The idea is that this is a legally binding agreement enacted by state legislation. You have received a copy of that legislation in your packet this month. I did not include it last month, but you should have the actual law. If it were passed verbatim, that is what the law would be. This is the whole purpose of it, is that there is an agreed upon regulatory framework for teacher reciprocity. It will speed up the application process for those that are moving into Kansas or considering moving into Kansas, because some of the requirements that are currently in place would no longer be there. And Shane can go into greater detail if need be on which ones would necessarily go away if you decide you want to join the compact. And most importantly, it's the fact that it reduces time and resources spent by the agency, which means it also speeds up the amount of time or reduces the amount of time, pardon me, it takes for a teacher to get into the classroom the way that they want to. This is probably one of the most important slides that I ask you to keep in mind. And this will not change unless and until every member of the compact passes legislation to change these requirements. This is not something where we're going to join the compact and 2 months later, 5 states decide, well, we don't like these requirements, so we're going to change them, and now they're binding on every other state. That's not how this works. I will tell you there were at least 20 people involved in drafting this. Half of, less than half, were attorneys, and the other half were people much like similar to Shane that were in charge of teacher licensure. And there's not a high likelihood that these restrictions or these limitations are going to be lessened. The first is the person must have a bachelor's degree. They must have completed all requirements of a state-approved program for teacher licensure. So if I come to you from Missouri, that means I have to have finished whatever Missouri's approved program would be in order to get a license. And then I have to have a currently valid unencumbered license. Unencumbered means not restricted in any way, shape, or form. So if I can only teach in certain school districts, or I can only teach for a certain amount of time, I'm not even in the conversation. The compact does not apply to me at all. I know that there were concerns raised about, and I'm just going to pick on Florida because everybody likes to pick on Florida, rightfully so. So Florida has certain licenses which are available to, and the military service member license. In order to receive that license, one, you have to have a bachelor's degree. You have to have a certain number of hours or years of service to receive it. Shane's going to throw something at me. But here's the most important consideration. That is an encumbered license. You can only teach in the school district that's going to hire you. So they're not even in the room. We're not talking about them. They will not get a Kansas license by way of being in a compact. It's just, for what that's worth, we're not talking about them. We're only talking about someone that goes through a complete program that's approved by the state of Florida. That may be an alt route, but it would still be completing an entire program. There are some certain carve-outs, if you will. One is for a military service member spouse. If they have a bachelor's degree, and if they've completed all requirements of the state-approved program, just like before, sometimes you have a service member or a service member spouse that all they can get in a state may be a restricted or a provisional license because they haven't been in that state long enough to meet all of that state's requirements. And then right before they meet that state's full requirements, they end up moving again. So rather than requiring them to, fill all of our obligations, we could give them an encumbered or restricted license by way of the compact, which, by the way, I'm fairly certain we can do that now anyway. So that wouldn't really change anything. The same thing goes with career and technical education. If we require a bachelor's degree, then we would still require a bachelor's degree. For CTE, do we still require a bachelor's? Okay, so they're still going to have a bachelor's degree. Not all states do. if they have completed all requirements of our program for teacher licensure, or pardon me, the other states, and if they have a currently valid unencumbered license, we could give them a CTE license, if we so choose. So here it is, again, this is how it works. The qualified licensee coming here from Missouri or Colorado, whichever direction you want to say. If they have a currently valid license, they've got the bachelor's degree, they meet all the requirements. They come into Kansas and they say, well, I'm moving to Kansas in 2 weeks, I'd really like to get a teaching license. They still have to go through the same exact background check that anybody else goes through, and then Shane's team would determine whatever the most appropriate equivalent license to issue. A concern was raised, well, I don't want someone coming into Kansas from another state teaching a subject in Kansas that they wouldn't be allowed to teach had they gotten their original license in Kansas, such as a science course. We have certain endorsements for particular topics within science. Well, if they don't have that endorsement or the equivalent of that endorsement, when they come into Kansas, we're not going to give them one just for the sake of giving it to them. So if you don't have the right science endorsement coming in from Colorado or from Missouri, you're still not going to get one from Kansas. We're just going to give you whatever you have. And we don't have to create a new license just for the sake of giving you one. That's not what the purpose of the compact is. Every state designates their own eligible to receive license. So Shane's team, working with you, will determine what those will be. We will only need to develop, and really this doesn't apply to us, there are some states, such as South Carolina, that there are state set salary scale determinations based on your transcripts and your professional development. Kansas is not one of those states, so it doesn't apply to us. We do not have very many state-specific requirements, and those that we do would still be an option upon renewal. I think this is very important to keep in mind. Any obligation that you would want a licensee to fulfill, such as passing whatever examination is required, you can still require that upon renewal of their license. So they could be teaching in Kansas for a couple of years, and then to renew that particular license, if it came in through a compact or through the compact, you could still set the requirement, well, that's great, but we still want you to pass this content assessment that you've never passed. That would be your choice if you wanted to do that. As for discipline, absolutely nothing would change. This is something that I fought for, and really there wasn't much of a challenge. Every state agreed that every state is still responsible for their own discipline of teachers that engage in misconduct. This is a selling point, I believe it's a selling point. Some states are not allowed to share their investigatory files with other states. Kansas, when I have consent from the commissioner and or Shane, when it is appropriate, I will share an investigatory file whenever we're subpoenaed or whenever I know it's somebody that maybe used to be licensed in Kansas and they go to Nebraska or Colorado. We would be able to get those states to have the authority to share those investigatory files, and I can't tell you how valuable that is. And then finally, the states would be required to communicate whenever we're using somebody else's files, just so they know that, okay, I'm going to file a complaint based on the information you shared with me. That's all I need to know. It does create the Compact Commission. Every state gets one employee that serves as a commissioner. We create a code of ethics not only for the Compact Commission itself, but for the profession. Good news, we already have one. We have the Model Code of Educator Ethics, which is promulgated by NASTEC. Kansas has not formally adopted that. We have our own code. So really, that's already done. The budget, they would create a budget for operating procedures and then rules and regulations for itself just to govern how it operates. It does create a separate legal entity. They may collect annual assessments and fees. That would all be determined by the member states. I shared this with you before. There are certain things that, in my opinion, what you can do on your own and what you cannot do on your own. In short, you are not a legislative body. You can't pass legislation. What you can do is adopt regulations, like we just talked about earlier today, that would accomplish the same thing. Not every state education agency has the authority to do that. In Kansas, you do. And I can stop and come back to this one if there's any questions. And frankly, I know there's not much time assigned on this particular topic. If there are any questions or concerns, or we leave this open for you all to discuss, I will defer to you, Madam Chair, on how you won't prefer to handle the rest of the time. Sorry, I didn't mean to hog it all.
Not at all. I actually have a question to kind of get us started here. Will districts know, if I'm a principal in Spring Hill and I'm looking at a candidate for a job, will I know that they have one of these licenses through the Interstate Compact? Or will it look like a Kansas license?
I believe it would just look, the goal is that it just looks like a Kansas license. You would receive the same exact license. So, a point that you bring up, and I for what it's worth, I want to share this. When you are deciding who to hire, right, as a principal or a superintendent, whatever materials you would normally receive from that applicant, you're going to see what kind of a background they had before they ever applied for a license. So if it turns out you're hiring somebody that wants to be a science teacher, but they have no experience, no educational background in that area of science, it's still entirely up to you to decide whether to hire that person to teach in that. But no, the license would essentially be the same, right? Is that that's what you think it would be?
But the individual would be required to apply for a Kansas license, and we would issue the Kansas license, equivalent to whatever that compact member state's license was, as long as we offered that endorsement.
Okay, thank you. Ann?
And on the science thing, Scott and I have spent a lot of time talking about
I
this
may have
whole
used
thing.
that as an example, but I wasn't going to name it.
No, but that's good, because it's been the one that's top of my mind. I don't want science teachers who are an inch deep and a mile wide, and that's why I've opposed the general science license. But back up to the example you gave, if another state, you said, you know, like if we require 15 hours of physics to teach physics, which we do, and other states don't, you said they wouldn't necessarily get to teach physics here. But if they came to us, if that state gave them a physics endorsement, even though they'd only have 5 hours, you wouldn't know, right?
That's
You'd
right.
come here and they'd have a physics endorsement with 5 hours, and you wouldn't be the wiser unless you went back and perused their college transcript.
That's correct.
Okay, so we could get low-quality science teachers with this compact.
You could end up with someone with fewer college hours in that science
What we
than what you would
consider
like.
unqualified.
I know you do.
Because, I mean, like, I was just looking here, Oklahoma just passed a law where you don't even have to have a bachelor's degree. And I know Shane was talking about how other states have removed the content requirements. You don't have to know the subject. And it really, really scary to me. So I just wanted to confirm about the science thing. Thank you.
Dina?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to the military. How does this impede or speed up the process for military spouses that come to the state and want a license?
So a couple of things. First, you recall last year or the year before, was it 74 120? Was that the statute that changed? Anyway, there was, say again? There was a bill changed a couple of years ago that you recall that required state agencies to have a process in place to speed up for those service members. This would not change that.
Okay.
It certainly will not slow it down. It may speed it up, but it would not slow it down. Not every state has already passed that law.
Okay,
Yeah, but it would not slow it down.
thank you.
Michelle?
I don't believe it until Shane tells me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the other groups that have done that in the past, just knowing I have a lot of nursing friends, a compact for a teacher, or not teacher, but for nursing compacts with traveling nurses and that, a lot of times they have to be shadowed coming in from other areas because they do it so frequently, and they're coming from another state, and they have different, they're not familiar with that. Maybe it's the hospital or whatever it is. There's a lot of extra work that goes into shadowing them because they are coming in from another state and moving in. But I mean, that's just one thing. I'm just looking at a broader picture as far as like, yes, we do other compacts, but they aren't necessarily always a good thing. And so if we needed to get out of it, I was reading down through here, if we decided we didn't like that, wasn't there like a 6-month process and getting out of that? Is that what I'm, like if we wanted to get out of that or not comply or not conform or just say this isn't working for Kansas, we're finding out it's a lot of extra work for our teachers that are already here and shadowing these people and making sure that they're, like Ann was saying, up to par on on teaching in that particular endorsement. So.
So if you were to join the compact and adopt regulations, whatever it took, if Kansas joins the compact, there is a provision in the bill that says our stepping away from the compact, let's say we passed the legislation, we're in. 2 years later, we said, we don't want to be in anymore. Effectively, we are still in that compact for a term of 6 months. Honestly, that has more to do with residual data sharing, which we already do through NASTEC, and reciprocity. So yeah, it would be 6 months after you would vote to come out of the compact.
How will the board know that this is something that would, I mean, what type of time frame are we looking at if we do join this and move forward with this? How are we going to know? Are we going to be getting feedback from the districts or back to the board to say this was a good thing or bad thing or indifferent or it's costly, or how will we know? Did it lower our standards? How will we know that? Is there a way of checking on that?
I assume you the same way you find out anyway that a license or a policy is not working, but Shane has some.
Yeah, so we can collect that data for those educators that qualify based on the compact and track them and track trends through our educator licensure collection system as far as our required reports that are sent every year. So we can track and provide data in regards to employment and then look for trends in that employment.
Okay, thank you.
Jim McNeese.
I'm really torn on this. We've done a lot of gerrymandering, I guess would be a word, of licensure paths and regulations, and we've waived a lot of things. I mean, we're changing the substantive to the point where I'm not sure we have requirements anymore. You know, I know that's generalization and probably not totally correct, but it's just a feeling that I have. You know, we're, it seems like almost every month we're dealing with some new way to finagle the system. You know, and I don't know where do we stop doing that? You know, and I realize we have a teacher shortage. So one question I might have is, how many teachers do you think will take advantage of this in our state? I mean, is there any estimate of any idea? How are other states benefiting from this?
Yeah, well, so it hasn't been signed in by any states at this point.
Oh, yeah,
So there's
this is
not any,
still- this is
there's
just
no
the
data on it.
new
So
yeah,
we,
right.
from a Kansas perspective, we average maybe around 900 educators coming
Sure.
from out of state every year. It could positively impact those individuals if they're coming from a state that is a member of this compact, and it could, you know, basically increase their processing time. Would be the main benefit for them. And I would like to make one comment as far as the substitute regulations. For the changes that were recommended, the only recommended changes were changing the term of that license, extending it from 1 year to 2 year, and the temporary substitute licenses we had in place, those will expire on June 30th, and they will not be renewed. So,
Yeah, I remember that we put deadlines and things on them for that purpose, you know. I just kind of, where do we go from, you know, what's the next step down? You know, not that these folks aren't legitimately good, and I can tell you from experience that just because you have a license doesn't mean you're good. You know, it just opens the door to you coming in. And there are substitute teachers that could never get a license that were just great, you know. So, you know, this is, but it just, I don't know, how many steps down do we go? So thank you. Hey, it's a good question, and interesting to see what happens.
Kathy.
So we heard from somebody earlier today about the difficulty of coming into the state. And from what I'm gathering from all of this, we're saying we're willing to step into a compact, in my opinion, erasing our state lines, ready to lower our standards to do that. So why don't we, on our own, make changes to make it easier for teachers to come across state lines instead of going through all of this and stepping into a contractual situation with possibly who knows how many states, and then taking up at least 6 months to get out of it if that was chosen. So I guess I just don't understand why we would go this direction instead of simply in our own state make some changes to make that crossover easier.
Madam Chair, if I may, there's absolutely nothing stopping you as a state board from telling us, make it easier to come in the state. There is nothing, if you're strictly talking about, make it easier, give us the same reciprocity, you can do that by regulation. Just tell us that's what you want the regs to say, and we'll bring you draft language of the regulations. Now, it may be, for what it's worth, you asked the question, there is a bit of a selling point to be able to say that you are a compact state. If you have someone, for example, that's traveling here from well out of the region and they have to decide, well, I know I'm moving to Kansas City. Do I want to move and teach in Kansas, or do I want to move and teach in Missouri? And if Missouri is a compact state, and we're not saying we're a compact state, that may be a consideration for someone trying to decide, well, where is it going to be easier to get my license? That's just a scenario because I had the same exact question you did. But yeah, you could. The state board could change the requirements for an out-of-state license without joining the compact.
Jim Porter.
Based on our conversation last month about who approves this, us or the legislature, am I correct in assuming that the legislature could bring this up, pass it, and we wouldn't even have a say in it?
As you are all too aware, there is nothing that I'm aware of that would stop a legislator from introducing the bill across the street and passing this. And again, there are times that they pass laws that you oppose and they still pass it. So yes, there is that possibility.
And I'm going to follow up with the same thing that Jim. I'm really conflicted about this.
Madam Chair, if I may, for what it's worth, this is all part of the conversations we've had a dozen times. And I'm not here to lobby this for you. This is not my sandbox. He is, but I've thrown him under the bus all day long, by the way. Yeah. For what it's worth, he picked out his own bow tie, so. So I've asked Shane this several times. So I've got 3 degrees, only one of which is from Kansas. If I come to his office and I say I've got a bachelor's degree from outside of the state of Kansas, and I have passed this teacher prep program from Missouri, give me a license. I'm going to get a license. One way, some way, is it accurate to say, I will find a way to get some kind of a license that's issued by the State Board of Education that puts me as the teacher of record in a high school classroom. Would I get one? Now he's going to say no.
No. So we would check to see what is the highest level license for which you would qualify, which in some case it may be an emergency substitute license, or it could be some other type of license that we offer for an individual that may not meet all the requirements that you see up here. With this compact, I'd like to make one comment. The bachelor's degree and the verification of state-approved educator preparation program, compact members must verify that, so we start talking about program standards and a degradation of training. Those individuals that are coming in have completed some type of state-approved program, whether it's that through the university, through like a CAPE accredited university, through an alternative route, third-party vendor. At the end of the day, from this list, what they may be missing if they came via the compact is a pedagogical assessment or a content assessment or recency. For individuals that come into the state of Kansas now that have completed a state-approved standard program or an alternative program, and they miss one of these requirements, we do issue, there are licenses they can qualify for. That may be a transitional license, 1-year temporary non-renewable license that allows them to meet something. So it's, when we're talking about degradation of, of our standards, I don't think that's necessarily something that this is going to produce if we do join the compact.
I have a comment that's also a question. So I want to make sure that I understand, there have to be 10 states that sign on to this or it doesn't move forward, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so as a joining state, if we say, yes, we're going to do this, if a state comes along, Kansas has high standards for teacher licensure. So if another state comes along that has significantly lower standards, can we as a state say, we don't want them in the compact?
No, not if their legislation that they adopt, and this is my understanding of this, because we've had that question quite a bit. If they pass the same exact legislation or law, whatever, then they could be a member of the compact.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you had a slide up earlier, you said you'd come back to it if you needed to, and that was when you said that the state board may still require exams upon renewal of that license for someone who comes in from out of state.
Let me see if I'm,
There was a table, I think it was.
which one?
I think the table that you had up right before you got it.
This one?
Is it that one?
Yeah. So this was where you said we may set requirements for the renewal of that license when
Yes.
we're issuing that reciprocal license.
That is correct.
What would those steps look like for our board? And
It
how
would-
would that maybe solve
Sure.
some of what Jim brought up and some of the heartburn that we're hearing?
So no matter what, if you decide as an entity or it is decided by others to join the compact, there will need to be regulatory changes to change what it, you're going to have to create a new kind of compact license in essence. And whenever you're creating those requirements, you could absolutely set those as renewal requirements, saying if you are renewing your, or if you're upgrading from an initial license to a professional license, and you came in by way of the compact, well, here are the specific requirements for you to renew your license or to upgrade your license. It would be another thing that Shane would try to come up with, proposed regulations for you,
All right, thank you. Dina?
with the standards board and everybody else that you talk to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When Jim was mentioning, could the legislature come in and pass this? Could they come in and, I'm assuming they could rewrite the compact, what they think the compact is, or if there's something that was left out that you all chose not to, you kind of negotiated it out, could they put it back in?
It is written into the law that if the compact commission determines that the enabling legislation is and I'm paraphrasing, is materially different than what I shared with all of you, then we're not a member. They could very easily say, you didn't pass the right law. You're not a member of our compact, and you don't get a seat at the table unless and until you fix your legislation. So that is entirely possible.
So they really cannot come in and override. If we do pass it, they couldn't come in and make changes on their own.
Argue very strongly that they should not do that or they're going to ruin the whole thing.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
I would have no problem making that statement.
Commissioner?
Oftentimes, you're going to be faced with legislation or action on the board or whatever you want to do. So all of you probably that have been on the board for a while have stories from dyslexia to emergency safety restraint to computer science to mandating financial literacy. I think it's safe to say if the board decides we're either not going to do anything or we reject this, that the people in charge of the compact are going to reach out to the legislature to get the legislature to take action. Just like the computer science people, if the state board doesn't do it, it's going to go to the legislature. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I just, those of you who've been around know that sometimes we partner, sometimes you do it on your own, sometimes they do, but they'll have lobbyists and whose job is to try to get all 50 states into the compact. Those of you who remember computer science, that was one of the things we wanted everyone to have X amount of computer science. So just wanted you to be aware that that's also part of what will happen politically if you choose not to do this or postpone.
Okay, at this time, there are no more questions. Would anyone like to make a motion? Okay, if there's no motion, we will look to Mark, then nothing happens. We can bring it back later, potentially? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have SEAC, the Special Education Advisory Council is going to deliver their annual report. Welcome, Bert. Bert Moore.
Me? Is it off? Oh, there I go. Receiving our report, we provide this to you annually. I'm going to have Trish Backman, who was the chair-elect last year, who now works for KSDE. Yes. We stole her from the correctional facility, and she's been here for a couple of weeks. But as the past chair, I thought it would be right for her to provide this report to you. Now, the Special Education Advisory Council is a federal requirement, and it's an oversight council that monitors what we do within our special education rules and regulations and our policies and our procedures. So when we do a state performance plan annual performance report, they approve that. They help us to approve cut scores. They help us to receive stakeholder input. And that's all going to be in the report that Trish will be presenting to you. We also have Kayla Love here. Kayla is the Senior Administrative Assistant for Special Education and Title Services, and she assists us in all things Special Ed Advisory Council. So Trish, I'm going to give it to you.
Thank you. How do we move slides forward here?
Use the space bar, should do it.
Just the space bar? Yeah, try it. All right. Yeah. All right, so see if we can try a little trick here, and would that be better? Is that better for you guys? Okay, I think you're familiar with who all these people are here, right? I don't know if that is completely updated, but I'm going to start with the Secretary's report, which is Bert's report. There's an outline of everything we have here. The Special Ed Advisory Council, or SEAC, works to ensure that the state of Kansas is engaging stakeholders in topics that are related to serving students with exceptionalities. Kansas uses the term students with exceptionalities to include students with disabilities as well as students with giftedness, which is a Kansas requirement. It is primarily responsible for SEAC to advise, consult, and provide recommendations to KSDE through the SETS team, which is the Special Ed and Title Services team, and the Kansas Board of Education regarding matters concerning students with exceptionalities in Kansas. The primary motivation for individuals to be selected to serve on SEAC is a focus of quality improvement in the Kansas education system. It is particularly related to serving students with exceptionalities. SEAC has been productively engaged in fulfilling its legal commitments and mission on behalf of students with disabilities, including students with giftedness. The SEAC members meet a minimum of 4 times a year. We met 5 times last year, which that'll help me skip through a section that's coming up ahead, to discuss and review issues of significance related to meeting the needs of students with disabilities and giftedness, and advise the SETS team as well as the Kansas Board of Education on matters regarding programs and services for students with exceptionalities. SEAC meetings were held virtually during the 21-22 school year to limit the possibility of the spread of COVID and to ensure the health and safety of all SEAC members. Me being one who was in a setting where it's a congregate population, that was very important because I needed to not be able to go back. I had to be able to go back to work or else we didn't have teachers in a classroom. So that was a very important part of our meetings. We did address issues such as staff shortages in schools, setting targets for the 2020 through 2025 SPP APR teacher licensure incentives, the graduation task force, which was headed by Jim McNeese, recommendations that impacted students with disabilities, and the introduction of differentiated monitor systems that the Office of Special Ed Programs, or OSEP, will use when monitoring Kansas as part of Cohort 2. As the Secretary of SEAC, Bert is very proud of the accomplishments that we made during the 2021 and 2022 school year. We continued to address issues that were brought to us by the Kansas Department of Education, all of you, and the SETS team to keep the focus on the needs of and post-secondary goals of each student. A list of accomplishments can be found in the Council Accomplishments section of this annual report. SEAC is now providing quarterly updates to you all, and we will regularly schedule board meetings with you guys to update as needed. This keeps the Kansas Board of Education apprised of all the issues that SEAC is reviewing, as well as our ability to directly respond to questions that you may have as they arise. All right, so our next page. This gives you an outline of basically what the committee does, who we are. So our major responsibilities are to advise, consult, and provide recommendations to you all. It also is to provide, make sure that we are performing duties that are in the federal regulations under IDEA and those that are outlined by the SEAC bylaws. The primary role is to advise and assist the Kansas State Department of Education so that we can achieve excellence, equity, and lifelong learning opportunities for each student in Kansas. As such, we are committed to representing individuals with diverse and challenging educational needs. The responsibility of SEAC is to support the vision and the mission that you guys put before us as the Kansas Board of Education, the Division of Learning Services, and the Special Ed and Title Service team, or the SETS team. So there's 6 areas that were required by regulation under IDEA to advise on. So the first one is our first bullet point here. Let me pull this down for you. We advise the state agency, the Special State Education Agency, of any unmet needs within the state in the education of children and youth with exceptionalities. We comment publicly on the rules and regulations proposed to the state regarding the education of children and youth with exceptionalities. We advise the state agency, education agency, in developing evaluations and reporting on data to the Secretary under Section 618 of this Act. We advise the SEA in developing corrective action plans and address findings that identify federal monitoring reports under Parts B of the Act. We advise the SEA in development and implementing policies related to the coordination of services for children and youth with exceptionalities, and we advise on the education of eligible students with disabilities who have been convicted as adults and are incarcerated in prison settings. The Kansas Special Education Advisory Council held 5 meetings, as I mentioned, in this last year. We started our 2-day session for January today, and we had a half day, and we will be meeting a full day tomorrow, and I believe we're having breakfast with you guys so that we can do a little meet and greet and talk through and kind of connect some names with faces. So let me go down to the next page. The Kansas State Board of Education vision is that we lead the world in the success of each child. And our theme with SEAC is all means all, because we know that Kansas can. And the mission is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to every kid's gifts and talents. So SEAC's specific goal is advocating for the educational system that achieves excellence, equity, and lifelong learning for each student with an exceptionality in the state of Kansas. So our core beliefs are that we should partner because partnership increases collaboration and collaboration provides better services. We are visionary and we have visionary leadership, and we believe that's essential for appropriate services to meet the needs of each student. We believe innovation is essential to providing lifelong learning. All child service systems must be provided in an integrated and collaborative manner. Education is an evolving process that requires innovation, continuous growth, and evaluation. We believe that each student must be able to meet these requirements. So, do I need to go through the council membership? Okay. Yeah, it's going to be in the report that you get. We have members. One of the things I will point out, though, is in the membership leadership team, we really are very vigilant about making sure that we have members that meet the requirements of 51% or more. They either have a disability themselves or they have a child that meets the requirements. And then we also made sure that we also have members on our team that are representative of each of the state board regions. So you can take a look at who all these members are. I'm going to scroll through. I don't expect you to read this quickly, but I'm sure you have a printout or access to it on your computer. It's in your packet, okay. All right. During the 2021-22 school year, Jennifer King was our sitting chair. She was unanimously elected to fulfill the obligations of that position at the April 2020 council meeting. And then I was selected and nominated as the chair-elect July 15th at the SEAC meeting. We met on July 15th, September 16th, November 10th, January 12th and 13th, as well as April 14th. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Actually, I'm going to do this. It'll probably be faster if it goes page by page. Okay, we should be on the council accomplishments. All right. If you're looking at your packet, I'm kind of old school. I still like to touch it with my hands and print it on paper so I can write my notes and then type them later. But we're on page 12 if you're in the packet. So, council accomplishments in 21-22. We participated in target setting for all results indicators of the 2020 and 25 state performance plan and annual performance report. And in our world of acronyms and special ed, we call that SPP-APR. And we reviewed stakeholder feedback on each of the SPP-APR results indicators. We approved the targets for the 2020-2025 SPP-APR, and we submitted those to OSEP, which is the Office of Special Education Programs. We also collaborated with KSDE teacher licensure teams to look for the remedies of our teacher shortage in special ed, because we have substitute teachers, related service providers, and administrator positions that had not been filled. We provided feedback to the KSDE teacher licensure team on the new substitute teacher license. We facilitated a joint meeting between SEAC and the State Interagency Coordinating Council, which is SICC, and we reviewed Indicator 6, which is Early Childhood Least Restrictive Environment, and we looked at the data trends. And there's a link if you go beyond the packet, you can type it in, but if you have it emailed to you, you can click that hyperlink and you can take a look at all the data trends that we took a look at. We also discussed legislative bills under consideration related to special education funding, the teacher shortage, costs to provide services that are going up for our students, Every Child Can Read Act, options for students to earn credits through alternate education opportunities, non-resident student options for open enrollment, virtual programs, school district needs assessments, and rules for administrating non-academic tests, questionnaires, surveys, and examinations. We also created a subcommittee, which I got to be part of with Mr. McNeese, And we worked with the Graduation Requirement Task Force. So we've been in front of you guys a couple times, those of you who were here last year, where we reviewed current graduation requirements and possible changes for consideration. The SEAC subcommittee focused on ensuring that all of the recommendations that we brought before the board would consider all the needs of every special ed and gifted student so that we're challenging people and each student has an opportunity for success in Kansas. We provided feedback to the Kansas State Board of Education and legislative considerations. The first item shared was serving students that had reached the age of 22 and missed out on their opportunities during the COVID time to have that last year in the classroom to get the services they need through the 18 through 21 program. We reviewed the work of the Mental Health Advisory Council, as we know that that was a very important topic that came to light during COVID. We reviewed the emergency safety interventions data, and we provided feedback and technical assistance to districts and possible ESI legislation. We received information on the federal stimulus funds, which were ESSERs 1, 2, and 3. We reviewed the TASN administration survey regarding administrator perceptions of the TASN projects. And finally, we celebrated Kansas receiving the meets requirement with the data that was turned in for 2019 on SPP APR. Go over all this. Okay, I'm gonna tag out and let Bert tag in.
How are you moving this?
I'm scrolling on this and then page by page going. I
Okay.
guess I'm not scrolling well. I didn't keep up with myself.
I'm going to pause you for just a minute. I've got a couple of questions here. Jim,
Oh.
do you want to wait? Okay.
Yeah, we'll have Trish come
Do
back.
you want me to scroll and follow when you talk?
That would be great.
Hey, we're gonna tag team this. All right.
So one of the things that we're responsible for is we have priority areas that the federal government requires us to at least investigate and review. So our first one is advise the state education agency of unmet needs within the state. So what we did was we refurbished this process document. And if you want to scroll it up, I'll explain it. So we have the sub-indicators under each indicator. So we're increasing awareness and understanding of provision of services from the public perspective. We then have who provided it and on what dates of our meetings we discuss that. In the past, we just had a general, every meeting we discussed everything, and that was not accurate. So as the secretary, I decided that I would take the time to go through every meeting's minutes and I would pull out those things that met these requirements. So as you go through and you review this, because I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this or we'll be here all day, and I know you're tired because you've already been here a long time. But you'll notice that we have, you can scroll right through it so that they can see it. They have it in their packet. But we have the 6 indicators, and when we get to 6, I want to explain that one to you. We did a few things. And then if you have any questions, you can reach out to me, and then I can work with SEAC to get you answers. On this 6th one, we're supposed to advise on the education of eligible students with disabilities who've been convicted as adults and incarcerated in adult prisons. Due to COVID, we were not allowed to go in and do any monitoring within these facilities last year. So we have a report tomorrow that will be provided by Stacy Martin and Heather Gould, who are our monitors who have already gone out and done some of the monitoring of adult jails and correctional facilities. So they'll be reporting to SEAC on some outcomes and what that process looks like. But this, we wanted to say to our OSEP friends that we did not get the chance to do this last year, but we are working on it this year. And then, oh, you'll just love these, all these acronyms that I know you're dying to learn.
We may want to just page through these.
Yes, we will. But if you can't sleep at night sometime and you want to test your skills, you might cover up the one side and see if you can figure out what those acronyms mean. But that's the SEAC annual report that we provide to the board annually. And I know there might be some questions, so Trish and I'll stand here to take questions.
Thank you so much. Jim McNeese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess as your representative to SEAC, I want to communicate to you and let you know that SEAC is under terrific leadership. And I want you to know that SEAC is probably one of the hardest working committees that I've served on in my time. and probably one of the most diverse. And let me tell you, these guys are advocates. You go to these meetings, they didn't come there to listen and to approve, just willy-nilly. This is a hardworking, determined, and very focused team of people. So I have really enjoyed my opportunity to serve with you all, and been very impressed with the way the SEAC team has worked. It's great. We're in good hands with this group. And believe me, if they weren't doing their job, that little thing about the federal government would be at our doorstep in no time. And they're doing a great job. And they are looked at as a leader in the nation for what they do. So thank you for all the things you've done. It's been a real joy to work with you. And good luck.
Appreciate it.
And thank you for what you do for kids.
That's what we're here for.
Jim Porter.
This is kind of a hybrid thing. It may be directly related to SEAC, and it may be part of a future agenda. But you and I, Bert and I have known each other for over 20 years, so we've had lots of conversations. But we both are very interested in transition. And several years ago, the Transition Task Force made several recommendations, and then COVID hit. And I would like to ask that report be looked at again, and because they had several recommendations, and at some point maybe an update on how that is going, because the discussion that you and I have had is that the transition is working better. But I'd kind of like to keep an eye on that, if you don't mind,
I appreciate your interest.
and because there's a lot of interest, and we discovered a lot of issues, and we would make, and I know I'm preaching to the choir, but we need to make sure that every student has every opportunity to be successful. And I just appreciate a report on how we're doing on all those recommendations as we review that. Thank you very much.
We can do that.
Ann.
Thank you. And Jim, just to follow up on what you said, transition, you mean from like high school to life, right? Making sure these special ed kids have an opportunity to transition into the next phase.
Yes, there's a federal requirement that you have to start that process at 16. In Kansas, the state requirement is starting at 14. And I'm talking specifically about how to prepare students to be successful adults based on their abilities, not their disabilities.
Right. My question then, Bert, is for you, because today we're all signing up for what committees we want to be on. Jim's been our representative on SEAC, and a new board member here brought up rightfully, how come we have so many committees? How does this help student learning? So I'd like you to explain briefly, if you could, because I know we're behind, how having a board representative on SEAC improves student learning.
Thank you for that question, Ann. I think the most important thing is that connection between the board and the committee or the council, that then we're point-in-time service rather than we're reporting to you and then you're finding out after the fact. When you have a seat at the table, you're there during those conversations, you have input into those conversations. You have the opportunity to ask those questions, to come back and work with the state board on anything that comes up that may be a matter that you want to take up as an interest topic. I mean, we have the School Mental Health Advisory Council, the Special Ed Advisory Council. We have a lot of councils, but they're there for a reason, and that is to make sure that we're serving the population of Kansas the best way that we can with a focus on student outcomes, because that's critical. If we don't have the student outcomes, I've always said, for transition, it doesn't make any difference how you did in school if you can't get a job when you leave school, if you can't be successful in post-secondary education. So having Jim at the table, it also led to Trish being able to serve as a subcommittee, looking at value-added opportunities specific to all students. Each student is what we changed to. That probably wouldn't have happened if Jim had not been serving on the council at the time, and sparked an interest in Trish that she wanted to lead that charge. So I think it's critical that you be hearing from those outside organizations. I mean, she worked at a correctional facility before she came here, but we have 21 members that are selected based upon specific requirements that the federal government has. and they represent agencies and individuals with disabilities and those networks out there. And when you hear that conversation coming directly from that population, it makes a difference in how you look at the work.
I want to thank you both for your report. And Trish, it was such a delight to bump into you in the hall and discover that you were here. Your background and knowledge is amazing, but also demonstrative of the membership of the task force, or of the council, apologies. You won't find a more passionate group of people, I think, about the kind of work that you guys do, and being able to focus on what are kids' skills, what do they need to be successful in life, like that is the absolute key. So thank you both so much for the work you do.
Thank you.
All right, legislative matters. Report on the upcoming Kansas legislative session. I think I saw Craig Nineswander sneak in. Welcome.
Yes, I did. Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Good afternoon.
I have a little information to share with you. And given that the session just began yesterday, this will be relatively brief, which is, I hope I can deliver on that promise. You're receiving a couple of pieces of information, and the first one is about primarily the ability to follow the legislature. And so it makes reference to their website, and I think it'll be easier if I just show it to you a little bit. So if you're not familiar, if you type KS Legislature into your browser, it'll bring you up to the legislature's website. And there is a wealth of information on this page. The page you received that looks like this, without the yellow highlighter on it, is just reviewing this. Like I say, it's a little easier to show you on the website, and then you can take this home with you to make reference later if you would like to. So if you're not in Topeka, if you are in Topeka and you're not across the street, you can find out by going across these tabs on the top that you see highlighting: House, Senate, legislators, committees, bills and laws, journals, and so forth. What's happening in the legislature, what's been introduced, where it is. So for instance, there's a tab, Bills and Laws. If you click on Senate bills, there's the Senate bills that have been introduced so far. Most of those were pre-filed. And if you pick one, let's pick one I can't pronounce, and click on it, it'll take you to a website for that bill specifically. The PDF that you see under this heading Documents, if you click on that, it opens the actual bill, and you can read the entire bill. And below that, it'll walk you through the history. When was it introduced? What committee? Where is it now? If it's been modified as the session goes along, they'll show you different versions of it. You'll be able to get the latest and greatest version always right there on their website. If you happen to know the number of the bill you wanted to find, you can click on Find Bill in this blue box over here on the left and just enter the number, and it'll bring up Senate Bill 10 for you, which increases the daily compensation for legislators beginning in 2025. So there's a number of ways to get to bills, and as you work with the website a little bit, you'll become familiar with that. If you choose to, we will give you periodic updates of those bills that refer to education specifically. So you'll receive that from us. So hopefully you won't have to go hunt and peck. We'll give you a list of the bill number, the title, and a brief summary of what that bill's about. And then if you, as I said, if you want the full document, you can always download it off the website. You can also find legislators on here, any legislator you'd like to know about, or just a whole list of everybody that's there. Whether it's Senate, House, committees, you can find every committee that's in the House or the Senate. We follow primarily 3 committees that are specifically dealing with education. There's an education committee in the House, an education committee in the Senate, and the House also has a K through 12 budget committee, education budget committee, that we follow pretty closely. There are other committees occasionally that will get bills that deal with education issues, and when that happens, we follow them as well. You can find all of those committees listed here. If you pick a committee, for instance, Senate Education, and click on it, it'll take you to the page for that committee. And on the right-hand side, you can see all the members. You can see what time they meet, which room they meet in, what bills are currently in that committee. And under here, you see committee documents, committee testimony. So if they have a hearing and people are going to provide testimony for it, they're required to provide that in advance. You can click on that and you can see the testimony that's been provided for those hearings. Download it or read it online, either way. That's a brief introduction to the website. One location that is helpful if you want to follow the legislature. Up here near the top, there's a link called Audio Video, and when you hover over it, it drops down a box, State House Live and Archive. Click on that, and it'll list the committees that are meeting that day, what time, and over on the right-hand side, now they're all adjourned. If they are in session, it'll tell you that. You can click on that, and it'll give you the audio and video of that committee. So you can watch the committee even though you're not here. So if there are, every now and then, something good will come out of a bad situation. COVID helped us a lot with this. During the pandemic, legislators couldn't come in, so they had to be able to meet online. So the technology in the State House was upgraded significantly during COVID. As a result, all of the committee rooms have video capability as well as audio, so you can watch those. On that same link, let me go back to the main page that says audio video. You'll see you can watch the House audio, or you can listen to it, or if you go to House, Senate, and Committee video, you can watch the House as a whole when they meet in their chambers. You can watch the Senate when they meet in their chambers. Watch and listen. So you have the opportunity to see and hear everything that's going on in your legislature. As I said, we touched on that on this sheet. On the back of that page, we just listed for you, so you don't have to look it up on the website if you don't want to. Senate leadership, the different offices that are held, which senator holds those, and then immediately under that, the Senate Committee on Education, chaired by Senator Molly Baumgardner, and then listed the members. Below that is the House leadership, the different representatives that hold each of those leadership positions, and then the House Committee on Education, chaired by Representative Adam Thomas, and the House Committee on K-12 Education Budget, chaired by Representative Christy Williams, and all the members that are on those committees. The second page is a little more information about each of those committees. So you have contact information, email, and office phone numbers for those representatives and senators that are on the education committees. And that's front and back side. And since they have just begun, committees will meet this week briefly. Mostly it is for introductions and get to know one another, particularly on the House side where there's so many new members. But we have been over to Senate Ed. We will be in a couple of other committees before the week's over. For the most part, it's general information. What's enrollment look like the last 4 years? What do the weightings look like, and budget information. Thursday, House Education Committee will receive a report on ESSER funds and how those have been distributed and how school districts are using the money. So somewhat general information to start with, and then it grows and narrows down a little bit from there. Any questions I might be able to answer? And again, we will keep you updated, typically with weekly updates, as well as at your meetings.
Ann.
The hearing that they're having in K-12 budget, I think it's tomorrow. I think it was KSEEA. That's just our state funding formula, right?
What she has on the agenda tomorrow for K-12 ed budget is a hearing, or to receive information about Spark funds.
I saw
which,
that.
from the governor's office, we don't handle that money. And constitutionality of the funding formula.
Okay.
And they'll hear that from their own revisers.
All right, thank you. Thank
Craig, I know some of the board may be wondering with the delay in the state of the state, does that have any delay with committee meetings this week?
Good question. Should not delay committee meetings. Typically what happens, the governor makes the state of the state speech and makes reference to the budget, in this case her budget, kind of an overview of what's going to be done. And then the following morning, the budget director will meet with the Ways and Means Committee and the House Appropriations Committee together and go over more of the details of the budget for them. And then they're ready to go off on their work. So even though State of the State will not be held Wednesday evening, Thursday morning, that meeting will still take place. The budget director is going to meet with those two committees so that they can begin their work for the session.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you.
Certainly welcome. Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Two things pulled from the consent agenda.
Did we officially pull those? Okay, minus items B and D. All except B and D. B and D. Yes, Mr. Porter? That's a motion?
No, I was gonna make the motion, but somebody else did.
For it.
I move that we approve the consent agenda A, C, and E.
Do I have a second? Jim McNeese, all in favor? Unanimous? And then for items B and D, motion to approve? Second? Okay, those in favor? Yes, discussion. Sorry, I got a
Well,
newbie here.
They were pulled off for a reason. I just want to remind the new members, this is like the vote on ESSER. A pass is a no vote essentially today, to kill it. And I'm not sure what's wrong with either one of these. One of them is to hire 2 people we need in the department or work doesn't get done. And the other one is to replace 2 people on the Professional Standards Board who look well qualified. So I encourage you to vote for these 2 items. Thank you.
Any other comments? Kathy?
Are we voting on them together? The
Yes, we
B and
vote
D?
on them
Okay.
together.
I do have a question, if I could.
Yes.
On D, on the Professional Standards Board. It's kind of a general question. So just in my learning here, so we have these committees and boards who are recommending people to replace people they've lost. And the Professional Standards Board is about licensure and accreditation, one or the other, both? Sorry, I'm still trying to grasp it all.
No, and I think in your packet, I provided kind of a roles and responsibilities in there. So yes, the Professional Standards Board is an advisory board that they're in charge of those subcommittees, and it will touch everything from regulation changes to licensure processes to higher ed program approval. If university wanted to introduce a new program, to prepare teachers to teach a certain endorsement area, it would go through that process and be reviewed to make sure it meets state requirements. So that's some of the different responsibilities of those subcommittees that are part of the Professional Standards Board.
And in the packet, while it gave us the who, I didn't see, and so if I apologize if I missed it, the why they were recommending, the people they were recommending. Like, we didn't see, in my opinion, an actual recommendation, like, here's the person, here's why we're recommending them. So that was kind of,
Yeah, so in those packets, for individuals to receive a packet, they get nominated from a specific organization. For instance, let's take our private higher ed partners that are being recommended. CAPCOT, the Kansas Association of Private Colleges, made the recommendation. We contacted them and said, hey, we're short these vacancies for higher ed. Do you have individuals that you would like to fill that position? They review packets, send them to us. We review them through the Professional Standards Board. The Professional Standards Board makes the recommendation to the board to to add these folks, and then finally you get to vote and say, yes, we want to add them. So there may have been other packets in certain cases where individuals were reviewed, but the Professional Standards Board made the decision based on their qualifications to push it to push it to you all for, to fill that vacancy. So they may have screened some individuals out already.
Ann, you had a comment?
Just to follow up, that's a great question. Most of these people, I mean, they may have gone to the private colleges to say, who would you like? The rest of them are nominated by us. They'll send a note out and say, we need a teacher, elementary teacher. Would you guys look around your district and send us a name? So all these other people were recommended by us, and we try to put a balance in there in districts. Like, for example, one of the people we're voting on today will represent your district.
Right.
So evidently, Jean or some, made that recommendation, but we recommend these people.
So I guess my comment would be, you can't learn that through the packet, like that, I didn't find that.
Right. And so it's a great question.
And I guess since to me, they're really important positions because of what they're doing, they're acting, yes, I know they come to us as a final yes or no, but they're acting on our behalf. And I mean, to me, this is a bulk of a lot of what we do here. So and it might be something we could talk about in the retreat tomorrow, but I just wonder why it's being through a consent agenda instead of having a little more levity in the bulk of our meetings. Does that make sense? Hopefully I'm clarifying myself. But, and like I said, we can talk about that in the retreat, but that's a question I have as I went through.
So that's what previous boards have decided to do, Kathy, but it can be changed in the future.
Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, the reason I pulled those B and D off are for further discussion, because B, one of them was being ESSER funded, with ESSER money. I found out from Randy that that's going to disappear as soon as those funds run out, or should or could. And then the D is, we had talked about that last month, or 2 months ago with another board member, as far as submitting things, and then maybe those people aren't chosen. We might submit somebody, but then they're not chosen, they're screened, like you said. And we had a very important call last Friday where we felt like there was a certain group of people that were misrepresented, or not represented on that, as far as our conversation last Friday. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to nominate somebody and then they get screened, I guess that's the problem I'm having, is if we nominate somebody from our area to represent, we talked about that a couple months ago, is how those people get screened or taken off, or maybe not get through as far as, there might be 2 other people get chosen, but yeah, there's just more information on how they get screened and why they're not represented in that area.
So maybe it would be useful if I provided you the bylaws for the Professional Standards Board. Would that be something that would help provide explanation as far as the process? But when we're soliciting applications or nominations for different board members, each of you would have the opportunity to make your recommendation. So we try to set through the Professional Standards Board criteria to have them to review and kind of do that screening for you. So if that's not appropriate, that's something we could relook at and bring it straight to the board.
So is that person that was not nominated, are they at least given the courtesy of, this is why we chose? Because I've had one that and got their doctorate and moved up and still didn't get it. So I was just curious, as far as, make recommendations, but then you kind of just want to quit making recommendations because the people aren't chosen. So there's turnover in staffing, and I understand that. So I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, you kind of give up after a while if you've nominated and then that person doesn't get chosen, they get frustrated as well, so.
Yes, and if someone isn't chosen, there's a letter that we use to notify them that they weren't selected.
But they don't know why. They don't understand. I mean, they're underqualified or whatever it may be.
No, not into that detail.
Michelle,
Okay.
the board has a representative that sits on the Professional Standards Board, and so that was Jean Clifford. If she, normally in the cadence of board meetings, the board member who sits on that would be able to speak to your question.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So that might be part of the gap, is that we have a gap there right now, and we're going to be deciding on
Appreciate
those
that.
positions tonight.
Appreciate that, thank you.
All right, are we ready to vote on items B and D from the consent agenda? I don't see any more questions. Those in favor, raise your hand. Got it. Okay, Opposed? Oh, you raised your hand, Danny? Were you unanimous? Okay, thank you. Unanimous, it passes. Oh, Michelle's an abstain, apologies. One abstention, one vote to abstain. Okay, we will convene. Barbara, can you remind us what time is breakfast in the morning? Am I missing one? Oh, hold on, I'm jumping ahead. You can look, I think a break would be great. 5 minutes, 10? 10 is good, okay. We'll be back in 10 minutes at 5:22.
People should be.
on the agenda, which is the chair's report and requests for future agenda items. So we're going to start with item A, which is act on resolution of 2023 board meeting dates. On page 251 of your packet, there is a resolution that includes all of the meeting dates for the coming calendar year, which are traditionally the second Tuesday of the month and the day that follows it. Yes, Commissioner.
So this whole meeting making me just think about the process. So you will go through, not at this time, but you'll actually go through and establish a 2-year calendar where you'll look at the dates and everything. This is now you have to publish it by your policy at the first of each year, but you'll go through, and Barbara, I don't remember when it is. Okay, you'll actually look 2 years in advance, like at holidays and things, and make sure that you set that. And the reason you do that 2 years in advance, many organizations go off of your calendar, Keisha and other people, and they let you set that, and then they go off of that calendar.
If I can have,
Thank you. Yes, Ann.
I noticed that CARES is meeting the week before us because we had that funny Tuesday and Wednesday fall different times. Is there going to be another time we can meet with them?
I can reach out to Nick, Barbara, reach out to Nick and just see.
Well, he mentioned to me that we'd be invited to the breakfast.
I think
so
you're saying though, because it's not the
Yeah,
same
it's
time
not
as the
board,
state
but-
board.
If it's not the same time, then,
Well, I can check.
yeah, please do.
All right. I believe I need a motion to approve the resolution for the meeting dates. Jim and Dina, is that correct? All in favor? Unanimous? Thank you. And then act on board travel. Yes, Barbara?
I will start by saying that I will be adding travel for the inauguration to everyone that attended. I inadvertently left that off of the chart that you all have in your packets, so.
Thank you for that note. Anyone, Dina?
And Keisha is meeting tomorrow and Thursday. So,
Anyone else? Yeah. Mr. Porter?
and, well, and I was also going to ask, in the past, we've just kind of reported to the secretary what days we went to the legislature. So would that still work for you? Okay,
As liaisons?
thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Jim Porter?
I'll be staying overnight for the governors because I'm not gonna drive home that late. So that'll be an overnight. And also on February the 1st, I want to attend the Educator Rising event here in Topeka.
Was that the recognition?
Well, Adalia knows and she's here, so. February 1st.
It's at Washburn.
And it's their state conference.
Oh,
Yes, Dennis?
Is there, Barbara, is there, like, if we're on a committee and that meet the day before something and we stay overnight, is that covered if we come to town early? Okay. All right. Okay. What about parking tickets? I got one yesterday. I was parked out front of this building, but it didn't work. Yeah, okay. Got it.
Barbara can hook you up with all of the parking rules and tricks, so.
Welcome to the city, Dennis. You're not in the country anymore.
I knew this was a dangerous town.
All right, anything else on board travel? Okay, do I have a motion to approve board travel? Michelle? Dina? Those in favor? Unanimous, passes? Okay, and then committee reports. Does anyone have a committee report to share? Anne?
I don't have a committee report to share, but I want to let you know that Student Voice Committee is going to put some recommendations together based on the input we got from students last year with probably a couple of action items, and have that for you in February. And also, to follow up on that, tomorrow we're having lunch with the CTSO. Those are like FBLA, the Student Career Tech Student Organization. Their officers are in town, and we have lunch with them once a year. So we'll have that tomorrow, and I'll bring a list of questions in the morning that we used with the Student Voice Committee this year, of things, like when we get a chance to talk to kids, this is what kind of we want to pick their brains on. And you can use those questions or any questions you have, but this is a great opportunity to get some feedback from kids about what they're thinking about these days. And these are amazing kids. You'll meet some of them in the morning, but amazing kids from all across the state who have a lot to say.
Thank you, Ann. Anyone else reports from committees? Michelle?
We didn't have a committee, but it was the KSD advisory meeting on Friday. It was an hour-long Zoom, and we found out from there that they're trying to do an endorsement. We're trying to do an ASL to make sure that the teachers that are teaching ASL in like the high schools, like some type of a competency, they're going through some type of a competency or standard or test. There is a test out there, but we're working on that, and we're going to be working on that with Shane. Because there's at least 3 of them that are qualified, and he's going to get back to Robert Cooper on that they could be actually qualified to give input and have input on some things that they're not currently sitting on or giving input for, so.
Thank you,
Just wanted to let you know that, and so we'll be having a follow-up meeting. They just haven't set the date, but it's gonna be fairly soon, because a lot came out of that meeting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other reports, we'll move on to the board attorney's report.
My report usually comes near the end of the day, and kind of have a running joke with former Chairman Porter, because I would pass from time to time as things we wanted to accelerate through the end of the day, but he frequently reminded me that they want me to report. So sometimes I try to read the room and either pass, but usually I use my board attorney to report to update you on specific laws or cases that might impact the board or education in general. Try to talk about things that are either germane to the agenda or things that are coming up in the future. Perhaps if we have litigation, I'll give a high-level summary of the progress of litigation. Things that I try to update the board and use the time wisely. And sometimes, like right now, I'll talk a little bit about kind of, I guess, general governance and due process. So the theme seems to be today, why do we have the number of committees? And I guess one of my responses is because you are a government entity, and which calls into play the Open Records Act and Open Meetings Act. And so one of the things that I'm always thinking about is, are we in compliance with the Open Meetings Act? And the basic fundamental concept of the Open Meetings Act is that government should act in an open, and anytime you have a group that is setting policy, that should be in front of the public. And so one of the things that I'm always thinking about in terms of agendas or meetings or even dinner, because we've had situations in years and years in the past where if a certain minimum number of board members get together and are discussing issues that would then come before the board, those are things that shouldn't happen in private. And so we have the Open Meetings Act and the Open Records Act, and those are kind of the foundational things that we operate on. So if you take that and build on it, the number of committees are generated by the fact that a lot of the work of the board is done at the committee level. You have it's not intended to subvert the Open Meetings Act, but you have subject matter experts that are involved in the committees. You have liaisons, and you have representative capacity in those committees, and then it flows up to the board, which is the ultimate decision maker. So to use one example of something that occurred today is, for example, the Professional Practices Commission. This board is the ultimate decider of teacher licensure. If every case came before the entire board and you heard evidence and you had due process and you put on witnesses, you would have, 3 days a month just of hearings before the entire board to consider evidence and make decisions on PPC recommendations, because nobody else has the authority that the board has to, deal with licensure of teachers. But you're set up such that you delegate that authority to the PPC to make those preliminary findings, and they have hearings before a administrative hearing officer, and they create a record, and they have fundamental, due process that then those cases are handled in advance of the meeting, and then PPC recommendations come to you. By no means am I suggesting that the board would rubber stamp those, because there's many times that the board would have a difference of opinion. But if the board has a difference of opinion, you have to justify that. So if you ask enough questions and there's a sentiment that the board wants to do something different on licensure, then the initial order has to be changed, and I try to encourage the board to have some discussion about the facts and circumstances that they find would come out with a different opinion. And then that order is entered and signed by the board chair as depending on whether it's revocation of license or granting of a license or public censure, things like that. So that's just one example of the pivotal and foundational responsibilities that this board has, but it works its way through committees, in this case the PPC, that process, and then it comes to you for ultimate decision and recommendation. If the person that's negatively impacted, the licensee is negatively impacted, that person can sue the board in district court and say that you didn't have, the good rationale to support the decision. The other concept, kind of taking it back to the foundational thing, that you are a governmental entity, you're a political subdivision of, you're not a political subdivision, you're a separate constitutional entity, but you're a representative of the government. And so anytime you have a decision, anytime that you do something that affects people's rights, we think about what the government can do and not do without due process of law. So when thinking about another issue that came up today in, for example, accreditation, if you accept the recommendations of the accreditation, as it relates to schools, then you're continuing to grant them that accreditation status. If you were to deny accreditation or negatively impair the accreditation, you would need to go through a due process. And due process means notice and opportunity to be heard. So if you're going to do something, and I think the easiest corollary to think about is if in a criminal situation, we live in a society that has fundamental due process, and so you get charged with a crime, but you're innocent until proven guilty. And if you're going to have penalties imposed, you have notice and opportunity for hearing. So that's fundamental due process that's granted. And since we are seen as government, we have to provide due process if we take away or impair a instructor or teacher's license. Same is true with school districts if we were to change the accreditation. And following this same theme, if we're in an open meeting, I'm not going to advise you if you're violating the law or if I think there's legal risks or liability with something, we would go into executive session. So if we anticipate that, there might be votes that might more routinely be approved, whether it's licensure, accreditation, things like that might create legal liability, I would then, or at least legal claims against the board for its action or inaction in the case of, not approving something that might subject the board to litigation. I would ask the board chair to go into executive session. That's a whole, separate part under the Open Meetings Act where we can discuss in confidence with the attorney what the potential outcomes of those actions or inactions might be. So I think I've rambled on long enough, but I guess the concept of due process is important, both to licensure, accreditation, those kinds of things. And you as a board delegate that initial hearing process to many committees, and you have a representative capacity on that, on those committees and boards. And if there's any questions that you have, I'm happy to answer 'em. I gave the new board members my email, my cell phone number. You're happy to text me or email me or catch me on a break. Look forward to working with the new board members.
You're not rambling. Thank you, Mark. That was very helpful. All right, one last item, request for future agenda items, and I will warn you, if you bring me 20 requests, we're not gonna get them all in, but if there is something that you would like to add to a future meeting, you may mention it now. That could come out of tomorrow, yeah. You can make some notes for February. Yep, all right. With that, just a quick reminder that we will meet tomorrow. There is a breakfast in the morning. Barbara, did you figure out? 7:30 here in the building.
When you come in the building, as you already know, restrooms are separated at either end. So for the ladies, you go down to this end. The south elevators, if you come in, or the north elevators, 509 is in the middle in between those. So whichever elevator you go, you're going to be somewhat in the middle of that.
All right.
And then you
Thank
have
you.
lunch.
And then, yes, and so our board meeting actually wraps up around 11:30, and then we will go to the Topeka Shawnee County Public Library for lunch with CTSO students. And then we have a board retreat that starts at 1:30, and that is at the Kansas Health Institute, which is at 212 Southwest 8th Avenue. So I will see you all. Yep, corner across from Capitol. So see you bright and early in the morning, and our board meeting will convene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. in this room. Thank you.
And